Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You ready to take on the day?
Yes, I can.
Alrighty, madam. Go
Okay,
get 'em.
see you tonight.
God willing, we'll play.
willing.
Excellent. We'll see you.
All right.
Well, we're not sure. We're going to try it. Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our lecture series together with Dr. Noah, with Dr. Richardson. We're grateful for all you guys being here. It really so much to be home. We had a conversation with my resident pastor. We were talking about the potential additions, whether we should add to the mantra. And there's a discussion about the love, the salvation, the practices. And I guess my rabbi said, a lot of people in the shul are just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, it's not enough. It's a tefillah, traditional part enough. And the other one thing about I thought was very interesting. It's not about how about it saying the words we have. So how about it? And some people want to work with the mantis. We have looked at the tendency to it. But once you go to on Rosh Hashanah, not top 1 and top 8, not really really shuvah, because we never say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do shuvah. And so, in my every do a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the 4 weeks is really to engage in constant shuvah, different and what you mean, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Lord. But things are really complicated. Having a new series, and tonight we're going to take a deep dive into Torah Laura, and with Dr. Richardson, we're going to speak English with us. And bonus, when they speak their skin ripples, like Dr. Aiden actually published a book on Torah Laura. Offered for those who are interested. There's 3 copies here, if you want. So, you know where he lives now? Yeah, that might not be free. You know, like a copy of that book. So they are here from, we're grateful not just for having a book, go to there, but be able to learn life together with us. It's actually pretty scary. There's one that's really good. Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction. And thank you all for coming early. I only got a small number of books. So, right now, it will be early. Yes, so my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, but I'm not sure it'll work. But we'll have to go at it. At any rate, what I'm doing tonight definitely is let's go. I haven't seen the part of me. Oh my gosh, Casey, you're a big movie guy. You have got to see The Abyss. It's wonderful. Okay, so my goal for tonight is that we keep in the present. We're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this amazing 16th century master colorist, a text called Summers War. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. My humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions is glorious. Extremely wonderful technology. That talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has in it. So it really is something unusual and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place the DNA historical setting came on stop at the spot of Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in the sexual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of
of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who's under 40, possible, you know, this is your time starting right now. Although the truth is that the author of so much of the was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onwards. He felt that what he was already, you know, too late, you know, only when he was 20 is when he really gets into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to Homer Torah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we're not trying to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we spend literally about an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of them. But we're just going to find favorite 4 and we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be useful. I can tell you that there's something really important for me. I first encountered Homer Dvorak just about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore.
Anybody watching today?
I knew it was Kabbalah.
I was looking at the
sort of
comments. We were looking at the comments. It seems like there's a
look at this,
minority,
so
but if
they're
you're
kind of
a
like
minority,
a brown paper bag, maybe a home like that. But it's just the first 12
working out the
pages.
kinks, we're figuring all of this shit out. So get off our jobs, okay? We're gonna figure it out.
As the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it.
Special Sunday edition.
I really, I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life. And I think it has a changed anyway.
Great.
Phenomenal work. Changed the relationships with people around you.
What do we do? What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
I will not say that
We're very busy these days around Christmas.
forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. Fantasy, but it does help a lot. Really sort of a hopeful to be able to find some of those great challenges in life. And I think that's okay. So let's look at the book itself.
We're so close to
Okay, so the book itself. Here is the Ezekiel Precepts, the first thing came out in the
okay, great. Yeah, do we want to? So we had some people on here.
Vermont, who will go into the crowd in a second. He had passed away a little over a dozen
Joy the
fire, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Rosalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of the manuscripts to a real California, a real scholar who reflected much of that Torah, realized just how powerfully valuable they were and then about publishing. This was one of the first drafts that the Vermont author had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it at points in sort of like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then there's only this one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations more, as you can see. That it's the first draft,
That's a scary.
untitled, this strange title, Homer Dvorak, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Vermont themselves wanted to call it, or even why Homer Dvorak was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Batsola was thinking of a different work that was published earlier called Elima Rabbi, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees. This section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees, not the supposition, but one small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovaro.
I saw your flag in the backyard that's going in Denver.
That's probably incorrect. From the here you see also a flavor is
Super cold.
but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce.
What the temp like out there?
Angrily,
I thought it was pretty chill. It was very windy last night. And now it's
probably not
correct.
Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh, the Holy Rabbi Horowitz, very popular collection of halachic essays, and he basically said, Torah is so amazing, and I'm now going to include all of it in my book, the Shabbat HaKodesh, and the entirety of Torah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents two initiatives in intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that works towards ethical development, classics like Focus of the Bubbles, Jar and so on, some might say Lavos, but they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of feeling to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians come to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like shade of Musar, God of Musar, like the people of the drink. Others is kind of like Douglas Haga of the Great Humanity and things like that. So this particular genre started by the Rothschild'S Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as a launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like how God makes the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife. It's not spiritual Kabbalah, so it's not trying to like create a dwelling or some kind of natural act. It is basically ask the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what it is. The fundamental premise of Summer Devorah is the exploration of the concept of electric Rabbi. And you shall walk in his way. You shall imitate God, as you see wax during the Passover day. Imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we're supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions that will do this and die, things like that? Those are all things that how do we know which actions to do? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some spiritual limitations to that, but once you have this kind of working idea of what we should say, all right, we all know what we have to do. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, know how to use it, and it is overwhelming. So that was this book. There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century thought. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of the doors. It's a scary verse. This is Israel. And trying to right here, sort of the north of Israel towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles, goes back to antiquity and also very strong textiles. Even my father, textiles, called it matas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to the spot because it had this generous tax policy involving import and export of textiles. This was joined with a very negative event to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by the only policy of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Rothschild'S was born in 1522 of refugees from Portugal, spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or he was born in France.
this shit out. So get off our jobs, okay? We're gonna figure it out. We're doing a whole thing today. This is a special Sunday edition.
But they were both considered like
Today,
shattering
busy
events for the Jewish race, right? So he was like a first generation survivor, maybe second generation survivor. But he was starved, and he landed in
what do we do? What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
all kinds of Jewish research, and
Yeah, we're
especially
very busy these days.
the
We're
money
impressive.
generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to provide for them to have yeshivas, synagogues, and so on. And the Ramah, the Moshe Cordero, was just one of them. Sodom itself was kind of like a nothing town until then. And in fact, it was sort of like a blip on
Okay, great. Yeah, do we want to? So do we have some people in here?
that we really have no significant prior to this period. And it doesn't occur once in time, for example. The term fat probably comes from the word forget, to look out, because it is quite elevated and high, and you get this gorgeous landscape going on. But we really have no significant yet still. 15, 20, and then it becomes a critical place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that waves just wash through it, killing, among others, the Vermont, and then it dies down again. Always kind of like, since then, since the 50s, 70s, it's kind of like been, retrospectively looking back towards that period of change. But it was a period of incredible change. Imagine the number of scholars and
Answer, yeah, no, it's a scary,
who have endured the racial expulsion and came there with apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in a tiny town on a hilltop, and they started energizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous lead during this time. The Ramach himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book, which was published in his lifetime in a major regional bank called Pardes Rimona, the Orchard of Pomegranate, which basically took up all of the bizarre and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others. This is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle one, the general principle two. It's pretty chilly. Who were looking to Jewish mysticism. What are the top like out there? I thought it was very chilly. They said, oh my God, it's like, the art school of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which I can't imagine I just said that. How do you put all those things together? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. It was really big when we draw diagrams and pictures, and so he laughed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It's instant classic, and he was known as the book person who came Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of a photographic that appear in the box. And they're frequently quoted with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of prophylactic against the
gosh, a Digimon. You're a Digimon fan? I'm kidding. Is it a Pokemon or Digimon?
This is another section of the famous graveyard of the spot. Here, right at the bottom,
If you can name the great Digimon,
he is really the father of Kabbalah. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi
no, I can name one Digimon. Are they named like numbers? Like 310 or 4? Because there are that many of them. I think they're named numbers.
Author of the
My younger brother was really into the Digimon. I was more on the Pokemon side.
Yeah, we were happy that we were able to Digimon. I was able to
have a strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called
D2, man.
literally divorces or outcomes. And they would go off and wander throughout the hillside and the regional spots, and they would just like, and the Vermont road about they would get her to
I'm being honest, I have a bunch of
drive
friends.
and travel with his brother-in-law who was also Christian,
Yes.
and they would like walk along.
I'm pretty,
They felt like
I was with the
special
last minute,
spiritual
and
influence.
I don't know what to get.
Sit down,
I never know what to get.
Calvin or St. Philip, they would stay there for a definite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did it for. And the holiness of the people and Kabbalistic activities like this activity created a kind of spiritual world. There's so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, who are drawn to spots like Island Iron, Irish Bible,
So are people. So when I used to live in Denver, I worked at the place on area
specifically to study with the
it's my downtown kind of 5 points area. We were still selling a bunch of
They
cocaine.
worked together for about 9 months.
Yeah, that's the place to be if you're looking
Guy,
for
Rizal
dickheads,
died
if you will.
shortly thereafter. But Rizal, according to the
We could open there.
always considered that we can counter the Vermont, that the rock was his
You
record.
guys plan
So
on
we're talking right
coming
now
out here
about
anytime
the
soon?
of 60 that's Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today. Totally different from
Hopefully, if Casey's still willing to come out on the road with
So
me,
that's sort of like the
pleasure thus
history
far.
stuff. Now we're going to get
I'd love to go to
our
Denver.
lecture looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah.
Yeah, I would think so. Get some more dates up there. Sweet Adam has helped me book some stuff, so it's things are generally looking up other than risky cancer.
In most of the biographical details of his life, so we have his own writings, and he just writes autobiographical information like he did with the other things. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all of the manuscripts that we most of
I almost saw you in San Diego, but I missed it. That was close.
So you're here. I like
Nice
this.
ones that on the counts, David.
Most of us Pascalo, he wrote quite a bit, like we published this from Boris.
Yes, sir.
Cool, David. You're so sweet, so you were waiting for one. What were you doing in that span of some hours before this thing started? What were you doing?
So I was at work when I saw your Instagram post, and I was like, all right, we're going to start with Zoom. And I've actually done this multiple times.
Also, he's a strong
And a couple times I've accidentally logged out. It's the only time I've ever used Zoom.
Write down all his
How's it working for you?
It's great. More dope. Yeah, okay.
Cool, where do you work?
I work near DU. I manage residential construction sites. We got like 2 houses going right now.
Okay, so here's the fundamental question.
It is, yeah. So fancy stuff.
Really? No, what are
I think it's the Pioneers.
That God is
Yeah. Wildcats always sounds good.
infinite view translate into a finite universe. God truly has no boundaries whatsoever.
I wasn't allowed to watch that. What was High School Musical? Was that a Wildcat
Either
or a
somehow
Wildcat?
subsumed
I
into
think
God,
so.
it doesn't feel like God.
Yeah, I
Most
remember
of the
very well. You
time I feel
look like a
like
High School Musical fan.
Well, now that I don't live with my parents anymore, maybe I'll watch it tonight or something. Maybe I grow it up. Like Richard Francis did my graduation.
So how is
Wasn't
that
allowed, but again, I'm not living with them anymore, so maybe a couple of days I might watch it before Christmas.
so Kabbalah, some pretty really very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Rothschild'S studies of humanity. God, as it were, engaged in the process of self-contraction called shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology,
No idea about the Macaulay Culkin.
reverse of like swallows up something else. God, as it
It's
were,
the thing, I was randomly watching some dumbass YouTube video last night of some guy saying, oh, this is the worst nutcracker movie ever.
not in that place.
And he's using it in the
the destruction of the vessel, which basically goes like this.
Dude,
That
Merry
God
Christmas.
has
You guys are great.
the metaphor is God like pouring hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot, you have able to hot oil, right? Looking at it half right, it's like the infinity of God.
To be frank,
Ceramic pot is the
awesome to talk to you guys.
finite matter. But it can't handle
This could have been a quick conversation, you know? I thought it was pretty cool. I'm just kidding. I mean, it varies. You never know. So, maybe. Yeah.
It shatters, and that lays down a mixture of that hot oil, which is godliness,
No rush.
together with the material
As far as I'm concerned.
of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters.
The good
And then
stuff.
that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the light vinyl, with the third pot of oil. So finally, right
Yeah,
in
you
the
guys
pot,
all talk about it.
then finally the oil through its interaction with the broken pot, and then you see the rocket. That's what the idea is. So we'll do this today. Like this zero, this center is a mixture of material of broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows you to maintain this. Four levels of existence. For praise to speak with the highest level of humanity, then there is those who walk with animals, the second highest, the third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is stone and silence. And even silent things, meaning rocks, chairs, things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down materialism, literally material, that it cannot separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramah and the Rothschild'S. And one of the reasons why we have a lot of concepts that follow the Rothschild'S, not so much as follow the Ramah. Because the Rothschild, and I don't really understand what we're talking about knowledge, but the Rothschild portrays this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic mystery. I don't really understand how that works. But the idea is that the universe, by the way, the ideal has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities. And the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Shaktism, Chabad Shaktism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those things like that. Have people go and fill it on the street and give out Shabbos canisters every time you do it, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to go up and the Ramah has a much more kind of sedate approach, in which says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. It's not all right. So it's not as easy to tell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of zero. Is that, okay, so you can't make the sun with a naked eye. It's crazy powerful. First, so you can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection in the mirror and pass it away. Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There's a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dull and so on. Still too strong to look at it cleverly. You get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the reflection of the sun. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom, you have regular sunlight.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So that's kind of like the follow 101.
I'm in my age.
You're at the ceiling, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramah is saying. The Ramah is saying, you recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him.
When I got it, I felt like I got punched in the face. And I stretched it 6
for
times.
us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. Everything that we can say about God to the Kabbalists,
When you stretch
we
it
can say
out,
something
when you
about
get
the
it
way
pierced,
in which God interacts with our physical world. We can observe God, as it were, and if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. Yeah, that's fine. But if you put them on these bubble chambers, you can see the path that is there. Right? So the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face like this, but you can see my face like this. So the spirit, our God, even his community. Flora is God saying, I could have given you this and do that wanted. I told you spirit for a reason. But you're supposed to know what these spirit mean and translate them into your life. As you can see, they all have names, right? You have the crown, just Chachma, wisdom, Bina, understanding, message, word, strike, crown. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondence between language and things like that. You have to study these things because they're complications of life in a certain way. And from that, says the Rabbi, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it's just incredibly powerful. So in this book, Homer and Laura, he goes into this one of the heroes and explains this is what God does to protect you. This is what God does to protect you. And then we do that's what. And it's just what else? Really careful. The first chapters are about protecting our lives. And by the way, if you're on the site, notice some differences. Abad follows the Aricha, but as so be careful to and there, the crown has two qualities. The first quality with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I am going to care for my son. I'm going to give that to him. So that's what the first chapter is all about. God
Gifts for adults. I just buy kids stuff. For me, it's Roblox and Minecraft.
So that's what the Ramada thing is. Walking through all stages of the world. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on campus. And it's about God's humility. It's also about God's chapter. So chapter 1 is we're going to look at 13 attributes. The first is the attribute vector, about the first interaction with the Lord with us. That's 13 different ways. So now we got to learn those 13 ways. How to live our own lives.
5 kids between me and my girlfriend, so that would be a nightmare.
Probably memorize 13 attributes that we say
My oldest is 10. I'm 10, 9, 8.
Those are called the Kabbalah. Those are 13 attributes.
Yeah. Bunch of youngest is 3.
Kind of like more so somebody like me is scared to have kids probably or obviously good at it. Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But there's a higher which we say only on Kashrut.
I would say just do it.
That
And we won't have a contestant for that. So the bigger
I would love to do all the strategies, but it would take us way too long. Find stuff before 9:15. So I'm just going to keep it 5 that I think about when I'm angry with someone, or something. I think of the Shlomo Deborah. Remember one particular read or another one throughout the year. It's not like it was in my head. It's insulted king. The insulted king. He starts by telling us a secret that only he quotes it in part of the
guess where I'm at. It's
one of the highest
kind of snowy here.
a lot of
also is hot as balls or something. In Boise, I'm in Caldwell. Oh, Caldwell. That's funny. My friend he would do this great bit where he would go on stage and do his act and we would run on stage. And then he would pretend like nothing happened and keep doing his act. Caldwell, yeah. Caldwell's it's alright. It's like the I don't know if you know where Palmdale, California. It's like the Palmdale of Idaho. Kind of ghetto. Is there a bunch of folks here? Yeah. Unfortunately, Caldwell's a military town, right?
And the fact is, like,
Boise is Calvin Field over there.
God gives his energy to every single
Cool. Well, chimpanzee, wonderful to talk to you, my sweet friend.
facilitated by a burst of energy from God.
Yeah, be very safe.
And it's measures
I would.
not outrageous last
He's good. Never know if he was safe.
lower.
Yeah,
So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do.
who could tell him?
And so the walk in the angels that resulted in a virus.
Okay, isn't that kind of nice up there?
If I were to go to McDonald's, have a cheeseburger. Every single aspect of the thought system that's following the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here we go, here's more. Okay, all right, here's some more energy. God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Vela is supervised by God and completely associated by God. Even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. But no cheeseburgers, take the energy he gave me.
With the insectoids. What's up with Nordic? Is it just Nordic people are into it? Yeah, so people see them often in abductions areas. They'll see Nordic. They kind of look like Scandinavian people, and they're supposed to be very nice. They give a lot of wisdom. But the reptilians, in days, the insectoids are supposed to be like pure evil, and they abduct people and steal their souls. This is what the literature tells us. I didn't realize that was actually a thing in Nordic ones. Yeah, now you're kidding. So people say it's a real thing. You better talk about photo. People see it. Everybody was all different. Like, people saw all different, because Nordic is kind of like a race. Also, like, you went to space, just like, what the hell's coming up here? They would have a bunch of kids running around. Earlier, I saw there's a sweet couple and they had like 6 kids and they all looked like the same age.
I understand that going in and I expect it.
A very sweet couple and the little girl was on top of the shoulders and I was thinking, I could be on the shoulder right now crossing the street. Well, yeah.
Second level, this is why
The sack of potatoes, that's what it used to say.
very excited about the kind of more
That's what I'm saying.
Negative energy
in a sixth grade. It's just like, like cookies and pizza.
But some kind of like kind of demonic force that felt they would do something. Because a person who was not complete would act, but suddenly that person would just discover energy. And they were not big time all those particulars that we created from the fellow, they're all waiting for us. And we pray to God, long enough to have so baby. That belongs to this guy. Also called the fellow Elvis, like they are like leeches. So this guy kind of took stuff that was in the hospital. As he discussed in the hospital, something happens in the world, and it's like this energy. So if nothing can keep right energy alive, how do these things exist? And we created an initiative to look at this thing down. All right, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to keep it. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by right, they can come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm an equal being, I'm going to make you step. I'm going to take energy from you. Take off your energy down. And you take it as it is. But Hashem is no Satan. Hashem says, oh man, I will never let you save again. I'll save you guys, and I'll make sure that that you have enough energy without going back to the creator, going off to the creator. I'll still the creator properly. These are the orders to bringing that energy back to good and bringing it back to the creator. So these figures are standing around. That's what means. So you have someone who has done an awesome
There he is. How you living, pimp? Dude,
Yeah, what's up?
are you ready?
Yep.
What percentage is your phone charged?
21%.
That sucks. What percentage body fat are you?
What are you watching?
Jewish history lectures?
Level 3, take care of it.
What the fuck are you saying, dog?
What's level 3?
Just a moment, I'll tell you.
Level 3, take care of it personally.
Oh, these are in Kabbalah, the levels of forgiveness. This is a Kabbalah crash course. But one thing for which I'm not gonna need forgiveness is whooping your ass. Are you ready?
Yep.
Zoot, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna beat you as many times in a row as possible. And you're gonna hate it.
Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
if you study for an IQ test, would it mean you actual IQ?
No.
So you're not meant to study for it?
Correct. Do you think you're dumb? Because you're not.
I feel like my ADHD can't properly measure my IQ.
Okay, I mean, why does it matter? Dog, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off? Dog, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I need a second invite.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, essentially you have to
Oh, okay. We'll play darts later. You ready to see some high IQ move? A high IQ move? That was not it. That sucks. Oh, Zoot, no way. You're gonna fuck this up. No doubt you're gonna fuck this up. Oh, that was even worse than I thought it was gonna be. What are we doing?
I'm going out tomorrow.
To get your dick sucked? Attaboy. Do people go out on Sunday?
Yeah. Possibility of getting my dick sucked is there's a higher chance if I go outside to get my dick sucked than there is if I stay inside and do nothing.
Incorrect. If possible, you could get a girl over to your house and get your dick sucked. Dude, I can't believe that we didn't score on that hole. That might be the first time that's ever happened.
No, we've done that before.
Okay. I'm not saying that you don't have a high opportunity to get your dick sucked tomorrow. Outside the house, you do. But if you wanted, you could probably get an in-call hooker. But if you live with other people, then I understand. Then probably outside of the house is better. Why don't you just go to a brothel, dog?
No, I'm by myself for a week.
Oh, well then get some chick to come over and blow you. Dude, you know
Yeah, I'm
that's
trying
not...
to go out a few times.
All right. Do people go out on Sunday?
Yep.
Dude, I learned how to do this fucking hole. If you do it right, it's fucking amazing. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, wow. What a good shot, dude. Are you proud of that shot?
I'm going. I'm going to Kent. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's a huge influencer. I figured I'll go there and a lot of fucking women go into that event. I'll be one of the only men there.
Okay. What is this?
I mean,
What is this thing?
great man there.
To what thing are you going?
Some random fucking car influencer.
What kind of influencer is she?
She has a podcast.
Oh, tight. Tell her about me.
Oh shit. That's a good idea.
Fuck yeah, it's a good idea, big dog. What are your thoughts on this shot? Dude, I told you I was gonna beat you so many times. Oh, what a... No fucking way. Dude, bravo. 10 out of 10 is right.
What the hell are you doing? Yeah, it looks like I'm John.
I know, that's why I bought it.
You bought it?
With like the coins you earn on this app.
How many coins are alive?
You probably have a lot.
No, I bought a bowling ball. So you can bowling ball.
Yeah, but you still have... Wonder if I could check for you. I don't know how many you
What do I
have.
check?
Click on your
I have
profile.
775 points.
Is it okay?
How much did you pay for that?
It was like 150.
Yeah, they don't have any minimum.
I know. Are you gonna go?
Why do they have any?
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
You're gonna miss your shot. Bravo! What a great shot. This is an important shot for you, dude. Oh shit! Stop, Zoot. You have a chance to win.
Every go. Did you know James McCann was on
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Now you know who he is.
Probably will cost it.
Oh, what an amazing shot. All right.
Yeah, I think I met him.
You've never met him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was.
I met him without knowing his name.
You didn't know him. You don't know who he is. I had to teach you who he was.
I'd say there's a 75% chance at one point we've been in the same room together.
Incorrect. Adelaide is a metropolitan area of 1 million people.
Yeah. But you didn't know that I used to go to stand up quite frequently. There's a good chance.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
yeah,
Okay, you did.
you don't know my life.
I know everything about you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that sucks. Zoot, that was awful. Get it, baby.
I'm not saying I've definitely met him. I actually kind of vaguely remember the name. Like,
because I told you about him.
No. Vaguely remember him at least enough in my area.
Did you blow him?
Sure.
Oh man, that was close.
I don't know if he swings that way.
I'm pretty sure he's straight. Do you like James McCann?
I don't know much about him.
He's a comedian from Australia.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for me to end it right here? You're welcome, dog. I'm gonna get 2 wins in a row right here, unless you get a triple 18. Or no, triple 18.
You know my cousin's a comedian that has a Netflix special.
That's tight.
In America.
Are you gonna be a comedian starting Monday?
Yep.
Tell me your first joke. So remember that time I sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off raw?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, triple 20.
I mean, asking someone who does stand up and do a joke is like off stage is like kind of asking someone like the fucking. It's very rude. Like asking a chef to cook a meal when it's outside of work.
That's what they do.
What, chefs cook meals outside of work?
Yeah. Dude, you remind me of Bert Kreischer. Do you know who Bert Kreischer is?
Yep.
Yes?
Who's that?
He's like one of Joe Rogan's dudes. So he was at a Target and this kid comes up to him and says, "Are you a YouTuber?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Why are you filming?" He goes, "I'm a comedian." And the kid goes, "Okay. Can you tell me a joke?" Bert Kreischer goes, I was kidnapped by the Russian mafia when I was 21 years old." The kid goes, "I don't think that's funny. I don't get it." It's hilarious. Basically, I'm the kid and you're Bert Kreischer in this. Oh, Zoot, are you fucking serious? Zoot, I'm gonna win right here. And I did. That's 3 games in a row, B. Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, I'm starting to Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, did you know I got 87 points? You got you got 7. You got 16. All right, I'm going to end it right here for you. It's over, baby. It's over. That's 4 games in a row. Zoot, tell me a joke. You're so lame. You're like, you know that it's rude for you to ask a stand-up comedian to tell you a joke. Zoot, you are not a stand-up comedian. Don't call yourself that. Once you do it a lot, then you can call yourself a stand-up comedian. As of right now, if anything, you're an open micer. Do you know what an open micer is?
Yeah, someone that cares from the band.
Someone who what?
Someone who has goes to an event, open mic event, and has no following, and just want to stand up.
100%.
Ah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Zoot, tell me a joke.
About what?
What you're going to say on Monday. Okay, you finally got me, Zoot.
I got you. I just don't feel. I just don't feel like it.
What are you going to say on Monday?
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
What are you going to say? You know what? I think you're going to pussy out. I think you're going to get up there, you're going to get nervous, and you're just going to say, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Get it. Zoot, I'm going to win 6 more games against you. And then you're only beating me by 50. And then I'm going to cut into that lead. Oh, that sucked. Zoot, that was bad.
It sounds pretty good. I just hit one.
Zoot, I'm out. It's done. You lost. 3.
Dude,
All right, Zoot, you're up.
I really like. I really like Kanye West.
I dedicate this shot to
We
Kanye.
can, sep-
Dog, you're
we
done.
can separate.
You're done.
We can separate out from those.
I do all the time.
I mean, who is a terrible person is a great artist.
I don't know if Michael Jackson was guilty, but there's an argument. Oh wow, Zoot. Fuck. Get that 12, Zoot.
Michael Jackson was really good.
Fuck, Zoot. I keep busting, dog. There you go.
Even if he was guilty, he's still great artist. Brian,
Zoot, I think that you're a better singer than you are a comedian.
Brian,
Zoot, what's your joke gonna be?
what's my drink gonna be?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna fucking bring you some. I'll just get ChatGPT to write something for me.
it's not very good at humor.
That's, yeah, I was joking.
It wasn't funny.
I was joking.
What's your first joke?
Just trying to be lame.
That was great. Would you take that right now, 20 millimeters?
Yeah.
15, dog. That was impressive. Zoot, good job. Fuck. Zoot, I did badly. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you've played?
Oh my god. Rabbi, how old do I look?
Like 28.
I think that.
Dog, what the fuck?
That's terrible.
Zoot, I just checked out. You got to get 32 right now. Get that double 16, son. Zoot, who do you think's better at this game? You or me? Zoot, I did not do well. Zoot got a 17. A 3. Nothing. Dude, how did I play so badly? $16. Get another one. What a checkout, dude. That was incredible. Get a 16, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, what happened? Get that 13, son. Great job, dude.
When was the last time you bet? But,
When's the last time I vaped?
yeah.
I was doing it a lot, but it was getting
Out of vape.
it was getting expensive.
Someone gave me the vape yesterday, and it felt like orange. I don't think I ever want to vape again. It was fucking gross.
It was orange?
Yeah, it's a burn.
Oh, wow.
But this one was burn.
That's not good.
Yeah, so we get it done.
Look who the fuck it is. Carom time, baby.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
8 inches.
Are you ready to lose?
Are you talking to Zoot?
Are you having Duke there?
Who else do you think's here?
Been practicing on Zoot, have you?
Hold
Have
on.
you
With
been training?
The resin.
Hold on.
Yo.
Dude, I can't play so many games at once. I'll beat
Are
you.
you really playing multiple?
Yeah.
Zoot, are you playing Kara?
Wait, Raza, do you think if someone can potentially score 69 on an IQ test, they're a genius?
69? No.
Yeah.
69, yeah.
If they can intentionally score 69 on an IQ test, you think they're a genius?
No?
Yeah, but they're doing it intentionally. They're not doing it by accident, they're doing it by intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's still probably not that hard.
All right, quit with Karen for right now. Riser, we're waiting on you.
Cows, but not that hard.
Oh, we're doing a golf.
Zoot, please.
I forget the percentage on this.
Zoot, please tell Riser what your intentions are. Please tell Riser what your intentions are on Monday.
I got to stand up on Monday.
Sorry, what did he say?
Going to open mic stand up on Monday.
Oh, and you're gonna do improv?
Yeah.
Why would you like rehearse something?
Yeah. Because I'm retarded. It's easy.
Ask him what his first joke is.
That was your first joke. Do you want to see the dragon attack? Or do you know the dragon attack?
It's the best joke in real life.
What's the first? I thought he didn't have the first joke because he doesn't know what he's going to say.
Zoot,
I know what I'm going to say.
what are you going to say?
Fucking. I don't want you to steal what fucking it is.
Are you fucking serious, dude?
I actually helped you out. If you make this, oh, you almost gave me the whole.
I better check where this open mic is Monday.
Wait, Zoot. Please tell Riser what you told me when I asked you to tell me your first joke.
What?
You said it's rude. You said it's rude to ask a comedian what their jokes are. I said you're not a comedian. Zoot, are you gonna go?
Apparently, Taylor Swift had like this
Go, Zoot.
concert that was, yeah, Zoo. How did you lose that? Oh, you just didn't choose them.
I gotta check where the fucking thing is. 7:30.
Guard your that's in like a week. Now I struggle with this one. Be perfect shot.
Perfect.
I got 5 something.
Zoot, are you gonna fucking jerk yourself off or are you gonna go?
Don't worry about your fucking bombing right now. From the oh, you live in Australia, they're gonna heckle the shit out of you.
Zoot, come on, man.
Dude, why did you leave the game?
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you
Going?
are you gonna talk?
Going? Yeah.
Why did you resign?
You wanted to check like the comedy ticket thing? Oh, you fucked up, Rabbi.
Yeah, because this game doesn't
Like,
count
this is
because
for a
Zoot
mathematical way.
because Zoot quit.
Oh, you could tie it here.
Zoot, why aren't you talking anymore?
Oh, I wanted to play that hole.
That hole sucks.
Alright, Karam.
Hold on. I want to see if
We
that.
ruined a perfectly good Karam game. He's not even in this. He left the call.
He's gone?
Dude. Yeah.
Why did he leave?
Because he's Zoot. He's a Zooter.
How's he gonna do on Monday?
No, ask him to record it so that we can see how silent the audience is.
Do you think they'd be silent or they would just be like, "You're the worst"?
You know, there's probably gonna be like some drunk Australian guy.
Fist fights
telling
him.
him, like,
Fist fights him for
the
wasting his.
fuck is this bullshit, mate?
No.
Shit.
The whole
Comedy.
the whole audience just goes no.
They start booing him in the no voice.
All right, dude, are you gonna accept?
I didn't know there was a. I don't have a. Okay.
This is old fashioned, just normal kind.
This is how people used to settle problems in the real world back in the year 804. Why the fuck does Dude even? I hate when he does that.
I do too. Are you proud of your shot?
Do you think he's like sensitive about the comedy or something?
No.
Were you grilling him about it at all?
Yeah, I make fun of him about it all the time.
Watch this shot.
Oh, that was great, dude. I watched it. Okay, you want to see some shit? Watch this shot.
Bank it. This is fucking bullshit.
Get in.
Alright, I handed you like 50 points.
Thanks, pimp. I wonder if I could make this.
Oh,
I want to know what happens if you get the little caroms all over to the point where you can't put anything down. What happens?
what do you mean you can't put anything down?
Like, you can't move the slider
Oh, you
anywhere.
can't move the slider thing?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
excellent question. I want to know what happens.
You run out of real estate.
You pocketed a disc. Oh, the things are called discs?
Oh, no.
Oh, watch this move. Stop.
Pocket again. What's the handle thing called? Nope. Nope. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you were going to go for the white one in the middle there.
No, dog. What do I do?
No way.
Dude, I gave you 1,000 points right now.
Yep. Oh, yeah, they're all lined up.
And mine are the opposite. Have we seen anybody put 2 in of their own yet?
We're about to see that right now. Oh, I should have had less. Oh, the board. I'm running out of things. No.
That was a big miss.
It's okay. You'll miss one eventually.
I'll miss one right here.
Oh, stay. Great. Your thing is blocking one now.
What the fuck was that? Look how sick that shot was.
Sorry. I still don't know what the game's called. Haram.
Wow.
Oh, what?
That was dirty. Okay, now I don't know how to do this.
Oh, you just fucked over my shots. Thank you.
Get it.
This is looking grim. Oh, you gotta get the red one now. Let's see the bank got. Oh.
That was bad, dude.
Oh, I get to do the red one, except I'm gonna miss my other one.
Yeah, the other one's like impossible.
Oh, wait, I could make it actually.
No, you can't. Don't even think about it. Don't even think that you have a chance.
I Could have banked it, but the thing got stuck.
Dog, look how sick that shot is.
Oh no.
Dog, look how sick this shot is. Dog,
3 in a row. Do it. Don't joke. Very important shot here.
what a comeback, dude.
Wow.
What a fucking comeback. Freestyle 120.
No, do it like 210.
All right. Freestyle 210. Just for you. Who's your favorite sports icon of all time?
John Daly.
Perfect answer.
You know who I'm. You're a golfer. So.
Fuck yeah, I know who you're talking about. I bet I know more about him than you. I bet I'm a bigger John Daly fan than you are. Where'd he go to college?
Tennessee.
University of Arkansas. What major did he win?
U.S. Open.
Incorrect. The British Open.
What color is his hair?
It depends. Usually blonde with a mullet.
How many children does he have?
No one knows the answer to that question.
I do. He has one son.
Yeah, and they won a tournament against Tiger Woods and his son. What's
right.
a Don?
Was that on YouTube?
I don't know. I heard about it like 5 years ago. What's a John Daly drink?
Beer and cigarettes.
Are you serious? That didn't go in?
I've never seen it like just hovering like that.
Same. A John Daly drink is an Arnold Palmer with vodka.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
What clubs does John Daly use?
It's a good question. Do you really know the answer?
No, I don't. Do you know what his major sponsor is? I don't.
No, I mean he's like lost all his major sponsors. I can tell you it was like Hooters for a long time. Well, I don't know if it was I don't know if they were official sponsors, but here's the lore. So every year at Augusta, he would go to the Hooters parking lot with an RV and just sign stuff for people all day and take pictures with people.
He's like the closest we have to Happy Gilmore.
Exactly. I hope he's in Happy Gilmore too.
I don't know if he will be. I don't think so, but
He could do a cameo.
Too similar.
He could do a
very similar.
He could do a cameo that would be really big.
John Daly? Yes.
Yeah.
He might have one.
No, not what I mean. He could do a cameo like in the movie.
Yeah, why not? Do you think Happy Gilmore 2 is going to be good or bad?
I don't like that it's not going to be in theaters. To me, a
Well,
movie.
Netflix owns everything now.
To me, a movie isn't a real movie if it's not in theaters. It's like basically like straight to video.
I mean, a lot of movies have gone that way because Netflix owns everything, or like Amazon or whatever the fuck owns it.
Yeah, but it's just not the same to me. It's not a real movie.
It is a real movie, it's just not in a movie.
Yeah, it's just like lame. Like if it was gonna be a really big movie, then they would have it in the theater. Dog, you're doing well.
I'm running out. Oh,
So sick.
uh,
Do you see what I see? Got it.
oh, you can get the red one at any time?
I don't know.
I thought I had to wait.
I think you just have to get it, and then um, you just have to get it, and then have something cover it, and you get the points for it. This is 120.
Did you select that one because you know that I'm not a favorite? Actually, I don't know. It just goes quicker.
I had already selected it. I had already
That.
I had already selected it when you said do the 210 one. So it was in my queue. I figured why not just get it done. What do you
Check
think?
it off the Quran bucket list.
That was a big shot.
Fuck it. I'm going for it. No. Alright. Oh, I might get the red one next turn. You better hope you get the red one. Oh. Are you fucking serious? Oh, yes. Yes.
Bullshit.
Get over there.
No way you get this.
Oh, I have to fucking cover it.
No way you get this.
Did you have to cover yours?
Yeah. Fuck.
Damn it. No.
Oh fuck.
Colossal fucking mistake right there. Oh, and it's an easy cover. This could go down to the wire here. No!
What the fuck,
Are you
dog?
serious?
What was that? What was that, dude?
I don't know. I don't know how I performed so terribly.
This game's over.
GG. Do the not a spear and board one.
Which one? Classic?
Like the yeah. What do you think is the weirdest state, Rabbi?
It's a good question. Um, like you mean which one has the weirdest laws?
Just the weirdest, like overall.
Probably Mississippi.
Really? That's your answer?
It has the lowest literacy rate. But like Florida could be weird.
Why do you think Florida is weird?
They have some weird people there. It's like a nice state, but it has some like backwoods parts of it. You have people living with giant reptiles. Um, you've got a theme park with a mouse surrounded by giant lizards. You've got like a cocaine ass like element of it. It's very diverse. Um, they have like a strange law that is kind of one of the reasons why Florida man is a thing. It's like there's some law in Florida that says like if somebody why didn't that go in? Why didn't that count? Oh, because we're
Did you
playing.
think a black one?
Oh, because we're. I thought we were playing the other way. Fuck. Um. They have a thing like if you do something illegal in some states they can't publish it, but in Florida they do. And um. Why else is it weird? Yeah, maybe Florida's the weirdest state. They have like in other states they have like um drinking hours, but in like Miami you can drink 24 hours a day. I guess Las Vegas is like that too. But Nevada's pretty weird too. Um they have Hey, did you listen to that Howard Stern stuff?
I haven't had a chance yet.
That's cool.
Um, so your answer is Florida. I think that's a good answer.
Yeah.
What about from like a historical point
Like what state is backwards
of view?
historically?
Just has like the weirdest history to it.
Um well, Florida has kind of a weird story. Um Anything from the Confederacy kind of has a weird story. They like actually chose to leave. Um, dude, what is up with this? What if I put one of yours in and one of mine? Would it be worth it? Probably not. What what else? I'll just go through the states. Maine is boring. Vermont is boring. Or New Hampshire is boring. Vermont is boring. Connecticut is boring. Massachusetts is sort of boring. Um, Rhode Island's super boring. Oh, thank you. Um, New York is exciting and cool. Nothing like really that strange about its history, though. I mean, there's some things, but nothing like crazy. Pennsylvania, kind of cool, but nothing too crazy. Um, Delaware is weird. Delaware is a weird state because of its business laws. Like every major company is incorporated in Delaware, all the banks and stuff, because the laws there are very favorable to um, they're very favorable to
Taxes.
yeah, corporations. Um, what else? Look at me.
Oh, big shot. Now you gotta get this one. That's pretty challenging, but
Oh, oh,
that was a very
Newfie.
that was very new.
All right. What
Oh,
else?
double. Daily double.
Nice. New Jersey. New Jersey can be kind of weird. Virginia, kind of not that weird. Oh, I guess it is because it like seceded. Um,
Alright, weirdest city
okay, so
for whatever reason.
probably Portland. Portland's oh fuck. Portland's motto is keep Portland weird. Portland's weird. Las Vegas is weird. Um, yeah, or Austin can be weird. There's a phrase keep Austin weird. Um, good job.
Just need one more.
Let's see what else is weird.
Oh, I should have used the red one.
Um,
Say San Francisco is a little bit weird.
it is a little weird, but it's pretty. It has normal aspects too.
Oh, Washington D.C.
Yeah,
Weird.
it's weird. It's like its own thing. If you've ever been there, it's like its own state. Um, what else is weird? I mean, L.A. can be weird. New York City can be
What
weird.
about globally?
The weirdest
Are
city
there any
globally.
weirdest one globally?
Um, well, Toronto's the most diverse city in the world. I don't know if it's that weird. It's pretty normal for being so diverse. Oh,
No, what happens if you sink one off the bat? I don't get punished.
Vancouver's kind of weird.
Have you even been to Vancouver?
No, but it's got a huge Chinese population, and it's in like it's like in Canada. Um, Like more than 50% of its real estate is owned by foreign nationals. So that's kind of weird. Um, what's a weird global city? Um, Dubai. Dubai's a weird city. It's like this huge
Desert
desert
tower.
that's just has skyscrapers. Um, Las Vegas is weird. Macau is weird. Hong Kong is weird. Hong Kong might be my choice. That's a weird city.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's literally a it was a British protectorate for like 100 years. You have Chinese people speaking English there really, really well. What a shot. Um,
Can barely place your.
Hong Kong is weird.
Um,
Um,
I'm gonna say like most North Korean cities are weird.
I don't know if they're weird. They're different, but that's just like culturally different. I guess weird is culturally different, but um, what else is weird? Amsterdam is weird. Amsterdam might
I
be.
was just gonna say Amsterdam because of all those. Oh, I guess Venice has more rivers than. Venice is definitely weird.
Yeah, but
Or just
Amsterdam,
different.
they have legal drugs and brothels. Like that's weird.
It's progressive.
Yeah, Tel Aviv is pretty weird. It has the highest rate of homosexuality in Israel, yet it's surrounded by very religious people. Um, South Africa or Cape Town is weird. It's like on a predominantly black continent with very diverse people there.
Yeah, how come all the white people are in South Africa?
It was a British and Dutch colony.
But weren't some African ones like French colonies? But they're
Yeah,
not like white.
yeah. Um, but people liked it because of the weather. When the French colonies didn't have as nice a weather, I know a lot of South African people. In fact, my synagogues are like almost a majority South African. They're it's like 50% South African, 50% everything else combined. Irvine's got a lot of South African people because they're like the same latitude, but just on the other side of the equator.
I
Um,
thought it was way south of the equator, not north of it.
it is. It's just like whatever. We're at like 30, 33 degrees north latitude. They're like 33 degrees south latitude.
Is that the reason they moved there?
The weather is very similar.
Okay.
And after the apartheid period, like they started becoming targets.
You mean apartheid?
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing.
Why did you pronounce it apartheid? I've never heard anyone say that. I got it spelled like that.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Well, am I not? I know. Yeah, apartheid. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, Why did I say it that way? I don't say that word that often. I guess apartheid, apart. No, aren't they different?
Apartheid? Apartheid? What the heck you said?
We're gonna look.
Apartheid?
We're apartheid.
Like the like separation of
Yeah, we'll look it up. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I was trying to win. So I might have hit. Oh, yes, thank you.
That's okay. You're not gonna
What are
hit.
you doing?
You're not gonna hit this. Nope.
Oh no, I gave you an easy shot. Um,
Okay. Um. Apartheid. Why do non-South Africans pronounce apartheid as apartheid? Apartheid as apartheid. Um. Okay. I've lived under both regimes for 60 years, and my parents did great before me. Okay. So what? How do you pronounce this shit? Okay. In American English, the H sound disappears in practice when preceded by a consonant such as T. In particular, in English, we use TH to represent the Greek sounds of theta and delta, thick and thin versus dis or dat. And so when we encounter an exception such as coat hook or apartheid, the T is pronounced and the H often dropped in practice. Okay,
so it's Kotuk.
no, I'm going to look up why ChatGPT will explain it to us like Joey Diaz.
Ask him to explain it like William Montgomery.
Please explain the pronunciation differences like the comedian William Montgomery. They say yo dog. I got you. This is exactly the kind of bit William Montgomery might mess around with. Super dry, borderline absurd word bank. Okay. Real pronunciations. Apartheid or apartheid. Okay, wait.
Apartheid. What the fuck is an apartheid?
Um, okay. Apartheid. Apartheid. Origin. Afrikaans, meaning apart. Definition. Wait, no, I want pronunciation. How to pronounce. Okay, in American English, it sounds like apartheid. In British English, it sounds like apartheid. Nobody pronounces it apartheid. Does anyone pronounce it a par a parthy ed? Yo, apartheid is that's hilarious, and it sounds like something someone would say. Completely wrong, but with full confidence. No, apartheid. Why a mix-up could happen, dude? I think it's fucking apartheid. It's not. But,
You stupid cocksucker.
Okay. Why is apartheid not pronounced apartheid? It's pronounced apartheid or apartheid with a bit of a Dutch style hide at the end, like height with a D. It's made from apart and hide. Apartheid. Why Americans say apartheid or apartheid? Yeah, so why am I saying it like Parthian? Because it's spelled that way. Apartheid. That's exactly how it's spelled. Apartheid. Apartheid. I mean, I use both of them, but well, I don't know if I've ever said Parthian.
Have you heard a South African ever say apartheid?
No, apartheid is what they say. Um, but it's like it seems like it's like Greek, like the Parthenon. I think that's where I was getting that from, but it's not. It's apartheid. So I think we should change it to apartheid.
No, I think you should just say apartheid to all the South Africans so they think that you're dunce.
I think so too. I've never used it in front of them. I was asked about it one time what my thoughts were on
Apartheid.
yeah, why is it not pronounced a par the id? Great follow up. Why apartheid is not pronounced apartheid? Because it's not an English word originally. It comes from Afrikaans, and in that language, hide is pronounced like hate or height, not head or id. Breaking it down. So, what is apartheid? It's what words are like Parthian?
Yo, I got to apartheid this call right now, unfortunately.
No, you don't.
Well,
It's too late, but
it's not. Why have you been up? Why have you been up for like till like 8:30 in the morning,
what time do you go to sleep at?
dude? I go to sleep at like 11 in the morning.
Are you? You're not even reverse cycling.
I
Remember we had this conversation
Yes.
like a
yes.
long ago. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go to sleep at like good hours, and then like literally like fast forward a week, and it's like I'm going to sleep at 11 a.m.
No, you're right.
I think maybe it's like our our bodies are so used to like the night, being awake during the night, that it's just like it's very difficult to change. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Zoot's the one who fucks me up. I can tell you that.
Now you're pointing the finger at Zoo.
I point the finger at Zoot and apartheid.
Parthian.
I'm telling you, in the future, people will call it apartheid.
Yeah, or they should at least change the spelling.
They should.
I don't know.
It should. It should be
Rule that.
apartheid, like APARTIDE.
Why even have a rule in language where it's like, okay, we're gonna spell it differently and break the rules just for like no reason.
I don't understand it. In the future, though, people will say it the way that I say it, and that's apartheid. And or they'll change the writing of it, and it'll be apartheid, because I guess it's because it's an Afrikaans word.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works?
How does a Chinese keyboard work?
Basically, like they have like way too many like words in their language or characters and whatnot. Like, so they did their keyboard into all the basic building blocks to build each of the characters, because there's just like their alphabet is just like way too big. So they made all the possible ways to construct a character into like the building blocks of those characters, and then you can add them together, and then it'll make suggestions as you keep like winding down.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I thought you meant the music keyboard. Yeah. No, I've seen it. Is it, dude? I think they dominate the world because of that. I really mean that. I have a theory about that.
Oh, it's not really a theory. It's like they can type like 4 times faster.
Right.
Which is a huge advantage.
Right. They're like their autocomplete is incredible.
Yeah. Like it's yeah. I don't know why that popped up into my brain.
No, that's great. I don't know why when you asked it first, I thought it was a joke. Like, do you know what you?
Like,
do you know?
Zoot stand up.
Right, exactly. I thought it was a joke. I thought, what did you say? Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works? Then I was gonna be like, no. What's the punchline? But then I thought you meant like a musical keyboard, and so I was like, you mean it's not like black and white keys like a normal one? And then I recognized that you were talking about the Chinese keyboard layout.
Yeah. No, I tried watching one video and getting to the answer to that like a year ago, and then it's like I still don't get it. It's like driving me crazy. I need to know what the fuck how it works.
Dude, it's incredible. It's incredible that they have that one, and their autocomplete is like 30 years ahead of English, and then you have the iOS version that just sucks complete dick. It's like, aren't you guys seeing like the people who are using these keyboards? Like one of them like has to like literally go through like 25,000 words with each press to autocomplete for you, and the other one's like, oh, you wanted dog? Well, here's dogma, or you know what I mean? It's not even like close.
Yeah. I'm not an expert, but I did see a video on like the typing competition in China.
Yeah. I've seen that one. Well, I don't know if it's the same documentary, but yeah, it's incredible. And how when they first started with computers, they had to like figure out that autocomplete thing, or they wouldn't have been able to like type at all.
Yeah. They would have been out of SOL, and they divided their one. Taiwan went with like their own version of like the Chinese language, called like Zen something, and then China had their own different version of Chinese that wasn't based on some old military version like Taiwan's.
We're done. All right. Will you get your sleep?
Yeah. Please pressure Zoot to record his lecture.
I'll do my best. You know that there's a big UFC tonight?
I don't advocate for UFC, and I think that it's barbaric, but at least it's consensual fighting, I guess. But it's still pretty barbaric.
Dude, you just gave me an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's not, but I bet it would be a really big. I think it would be really big. Okay, you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine it's like UFC, but let me think how this could work. Okay. It would be UFC for women, and they wear strap-ons. It would, I guess, they would both consent to like a, like it would be
They're
like,
trying to rape each other.
yeah, but they're consenting. Like you had just said, like the word, I guess, because it's consensual, and that stuck in my head. Like, well, could you have it where it'd be non-consensual? I guess, like if it were just like one person beating up another person. Yeah, but I could see that working. I could see that people loving that shit. So basically, you get two lesbians, and they like to
No,
fight.
I understand how it works.
Yeah.
You don't need to explain it. The end, it's the person that penetrates the other one
Exactly.
first for like 5 seconds.
Exactly.
Or something. Yeah, that's like pretty.
It's disgusting. Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's not like something that into which I would be, but when you said like they're consenting, it just brought into my head like consent. What if you had it where they didn't consent? And then I thought, well, then that's just a guy beating somebody else. But what if they still wanted to fight, but you made a sexual aspect of it? Anyway, I'm sure somebody's thought of that before. And
I was listening to a podcast like 2 days ago, and they were talking about exactly this, the UFC, but rape version of it.
oh, no way. Okay, so people have said that before.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you don't like UFC?
Wasn't it novel? No, I love UFC, but at the same time, it's just kind of endorsing violence. But
all right.
Like I don't find it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's like football. People are cheering for football and whatever, but the people on the line or whatever all have like CTE and like brain problems later in life.
That's true. So this way, I guess they would just have sexual trauma.
I mean, they're still punching in the UFC version, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I meant in the sex fight world. I bet you that becomes a thing someday.
I mean, possibly, yeah.
It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
I would like to see the senior citizens like boxing league, where it's like grandmas in the ring fighting.
Senior citizen boxing grandmas.
Yeah. people betting on grandmas in the ring.
Why isn't Nerfs like a sport?
Nerf guns.
Yeah.
I mean, do you consider airsoft and paintball?
No, that shit hurts. I'm talking about something that you don't have to wear like
The
goggles.
laser tag doesn't hurt.
Yeah, didn't I show you that thing? I think we did. We went through that laser tag that you can play with your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to be in the Olympics for like the Nerf gun?
Yeah, I mean, laser tag is tight, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as well. But just Nerf guns where you just had like a warehouse and just with inflatables, and you had people running around with Nerf guns shooting each other. I think that would be very popular.
I mean, the Nerf guns don't go that far, do they? You can like dodge them and shit.
Well, the dodging part would be part of why it's cool. And it's also cool that they don't shoot that far. So you'd have to like run up to the guy and get kind of close and fire. And you know they make those Nerf guns with like huge like amounts of little bullets. I don't know why that's not a thing. You could play it with between adults and kids. You could have like 10 kids versus
I know a really good idea for like a sport. I guess you can call it. You have teams, like 8 teams or something. They all have like a budget of like 1,000, maybe like $2,000. You send them into a hardware store. They have to build a raft, and then all the rafts get put onto the water, and then they have to like go pirate and like fight people on the other boats and take over.
Great idea.
And flip their boats and shit.
I like it. So how would you do it? Like in an Olympic-sized pool?
Yeah, like a river without a big current.
Okay. You know what I think would be really big nowadays if they did it again
the beach.
Is BattleBots. Do you remember BattleBots?
Oh yeah, it's basically like BattleBots, but like humans are on the ships.
I get you. All right,
in my
Pimp.
town, there's
Oh.
like this like the lumberjack Olympics, and they do all like these like lumberjack sports, like sawing fucking trees and like log rolling, and like the one that's crazy to me is the fucking one where they have some strap that like goes around the tree.
I know what you're
and
talking
then
about.
It'll like lock on or something,
Yep.
and then they literally climb a tree, like a 80-foot tree, in like 4 seconds.
That
and
one's
and then they like slide down like it's a giant like fire pole.
right. I find that to be very, very satisfying and soothing. Like how sharp their giant fucking saws are.
That definitely when they're sawing, when it's like a 2-person saw, like chopping down or cutting through like a big tree stump, that deserves like a oddly satisfying Reddit subreddit post.
Right. Or when they're chopping like a little, like I don't know, like a triangle into a tree, and then they do the other side and watch it fall. Or I don't know if this is the same sport, but like even when they do the log rolling on the water and they try to get somebody else off, that's pretty cool to watch. Like I love this. So are you talking about with chainsaws or you're talking about lumberjacks?
I don't know if there's a. Yeah, I don't think the lumberjack one. Maybe they, but I don't know enough about it. I don't know if there's chainsaw events, but I assume, I'm guessing that it's not centered around that. But
They
it
have
was
the.
pretty easy to cut through a log with like a fucking chainsaw.
I get that. Wait, with a chainsaw?
Yeah, that
Right.
takes a lot of effort out of it.
They do the one where they just like have to. I don't know. There's just something satisfying about watching a chainsaw go through lumber, like where they cut it and it's like in the. They just try to make as many like discs of it as they can, and they're like competing against each other. And they also have it where like it's going so fast that they have to put like water on it to like give it like so that their chain doesn't get too hot, or they do something like that. It's fascinating.
Damn, yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe I've seen like a chainsaw competition like at one point in my life, way back when, like years ago, but I don't really remember it that well.
They make a kind of chainsaw proof or resistant pants that I find really interesting too. That like basically if you could take a chainsaw to them and it doesn't kill you. I think that's fascinating. And they wear those.
Was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie based on a real story?
Yeah,
It was.
I think so. Yeah, the guy's name. He had a name. Do you want William Montgomery to say this? Yo, dog, can you please tell me, like, William Montgomery, the comedian, what the real life Texas Chainsaw Massacre was? Yo, dog, absolutely. So apparently, there's this guy in Texas, right? But instead of like Whataburger or riding a horse, my man was making lampshades out of people. I mean, what is this? Hobby Lobby meets hell? The real life inspiration behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The movie wasn't actually based on a real chainsaw massacre in Texas. It was loosely inspired by a real sicko from Wisconsin, not Texas, but nevertheless. Oh yeah, Ed Gein, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce anything today. Ed Ed Gein, the real life psycho, name Edward Theodore Gain, born 1906, Plainfield, Wisconsin, nicknamed the Butcher of Plainfield. Vibes, creepy loner, obsessed with his mom, lived in a farmhouse full of body parts. Crimes, dug up graves, and made furniture masks and suits from human skin. He murdered at least two women. When police came to his house in 1957, they found a box of noses, human skin lampshade, a belt made of nipples, a woman's face peeled off and hanging on the wall like a trophy. But wait, where's the chainsaw? There was no chainsaw. That chainsaw part was Hollywood flair, edited by director Toby Hooper, who got it, who said he got it the idea from staying in a hardware store, thinking of a faster way to cut through a crowd during holiday shopping. Movies inspired by Ed Gein, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho, and Silence of the Lambs.
Did you say a belt made out of nipples?
I did say a belt made out of nipples.
That is. I mean, how much do you think that would be worth on eBay? Ed Gein's nipple belt.
I don't think they allow you to sell that kind of stuff. You can't sell human parts on eBay.
I know that, but if that was not, if that was like a museum artifact that you could own.
So there's only one of them in the world?
Yeah.
Because they used to make necklaces out of like people's ears in Vietnam. But if it's just a nipple belt, I would say
I mean,
it would be a way of how you could like show people how many American GIs that you killed. You put like their ears on a necklace. Um, all right, so and like indigenous people did scalping, and you would count how many people you'd killed through that. Okay, but the nipple belt probably
the Hollywood value created from that guy. I mean,
yeah, probably like in today's money. I mean, it's just worth what somebody would pay for it. But I bet somebody would pay $1 million for it.
That high? Ooh,
Yeah,
I guess it's just like very rare and it's attached to like this piece
Lord.
of Hollywood.
Right. Now let me check. Let's find out other weird shit before you go. Yo, aside from like a human nipple belt, indigenous people would like scalp people. Didn't like the Viet Cong cut off GIs' ears and make necklaces out of them? What other weird shit have people done like that through history? Yo, dog, buckle up, because human history is full of some straight metal savage nightmare fuel stuff. Okay, scalping and ear slash head necklaces. Indigenous tribes, steppe nomads, Viking soldiers. It wasn't uncommon to collect body parts like scalps. Plains tribes for spiritual or warrior clout. Ears and noses, Vietnam War soldiers and older Asian Middle Eastern empires. Heads on poles from Celts to Aztecs. Fun fact: some Mongol warriors would sew enemies' ears together into long necklaces to prove body counts to their commanders, like a murder version of a friendship bracelet. But I heard what they would do sometimes too is if they didn't have enough, they would go to a cemetery and try to find freshly buried people and then just dig them up and then like count that. So they were like inflating their numbers. Skull cups and goblets. Scythians, ancient steppe warriors, and Mongols would turn enemy skulls into drinking cups. Vlad the Impaler, aka Dracula, dude was real. He had a whole forest of impaled bodies and reportedly dined among them, straight up like a haunted Applebee's. Shrunken heads, the Sansa people, Jabrorian tribes in the Amazon, like the Shuar people, would shrink enemy heads, called Sansa, to trap their spirit and flex that W. They boiled the head, sewed the lips shut, filled it with hot sand, and wore it like a charm. Western collectors went wild for these in the 1800s, so they started making fake ones out of sloths and goats. Fat, blood,
How do you
bone.
shrink the head?
You boil the head, you sew the lips shut, and you fill it with hot sand, and it like
So
likely like condenses. Fat, blood, bone, medieval remix. In Europe, people ate mummies, drank human blood, and used ground up skulls for medicine. Yes, even royalty like Charles II was sipping on king's drops, which were made with human skull powder. In some battlefield rituals, people would drink blood from a warrior's heart to gain strength. Trophies of war, Nazis, and the Pacific Theater. Some Japanese and Americans in the Pacific took skulls and gold teeth as souvenirs. There are photos of American GIs mailing home enemy skulls or bones, which got published in Life magazine, which was a huge scandal. Bones and jewelry or tools. Ancient and tribal societies worldwide used finger bones as flutes, human ribs as needles or combs, teeth and nails in necklaces or charms. Some believed they offered protection or magical powers, others just flexed on their enemies. Honorable creepy mentions: Aztecs built entire skull towers, called some Ponti, of sacrificed enemies. Celts supposedly nailed heads to their walls like trophies. Maori preserved tattooed heads and smoked both to honor and as war spoils. There you go. People are fucked up.
I mean, if you get magic powers and protection, oh, no. I think the shrinking of the head and wearing that around as a necklace is pretty hilarious.
Would you
Like
wear one?
Kelly part aside.
Would you wear one?
I mean, if I was living in like Mexico in like the year 12, yeah.
That's cool.
I think, is it even legal to own a human skull, like cereal bowl?
It's legal to own a human skull in the United States. It just,
How it is?
yeah, it. There's some kind of laws on it. Hold on. I'm almost certain it is. I mean, I've never known anybody to do it, but is it legal to own a human skull in the United States? Yo, dog, great question. Yes, it's mostly legal, and but there are state by state exceptions. So common sources are medicine specimens from old anatomy labs, antique dealers, oddity collectors, think Ripley's, or Instagram taxidermy people. You'll even find some websites like Skull Store, Bone Room, and eBay back in the day where human skulls were sold. There are some states that restrict it. Um, so there are like 10 states that allow it, or 7 states or so. Um, or 7 states that ban it, I should say. Um, there's no specific federal law banning it, but unless it's Native American remains, traffic parts across state lines of provenance. If you can't prove it came from a legal source, it could be banned. A fun, creepy fact: in 2016, a man in Florida was arrested for trying to trade human skulls for weed. No joke. And another guy in Pennsylvania had a Craigslist ad looking to buy a skull, no questions asked. That dude got charged. I wonder why he got charged. Why would he get charged? Like, what did he do wrong? I don't know. All right.
He possessed an illegal item.
No, he just put a Craigslist ad up saying he was willing to buy a human skull, no questions asked. They say he got charged, but that doesn't mean he was found guilty.
True. A weird market is like harvesting human organs, and in Cambodian prisons, they like don't give a fuck about the prisoners. So if you have like disease or something, they like won't fucking help you, and then they'll harvest your organs once you die and like sell it to the Chinese people on like a black market.
That is terrible.
I mean, are you an organ donor? Do you have that on your? Yep.
No.
Would you donate? I mean, assuming that you're not immortal, would you donate your body to science?
No, we don't do that as Orthodox Jews. We feel that the body should remain intact through burial.
What about scientific research?
Yeah,
Are you supposed to
we don't
become
donate
immortal?
we don't donate our bodies to scientific research.
Do you not believe in science, like medical science?
No, we do. Other people can do it, but we just don't do it.
I gotcha.
I mean, there are some Jews who do, but mainstream traditional Orthodoxy, the body's to be preserved through burial.
This was very like I don't know. I had this realization like not very long ago, but like a few days ago. I was like, I wasn't brought up in a religious household per se, right? But I think on like a world scale, like there's like religion is a significant part of like a whole lot of people's lives. Like there's entire countries where like it's like impossible to find people that aren't Muslim or Jewish or whatever their religion is. So I just find that like fascinating.
Canada's a diverse place.
How much of the Earth's population do you think is religious?
I used to know these statistics better. It's like well, how do you define religiosity? And do you consider, um, like, we could go,
Do you consider Rastafarianism a religion?
yeah,
Yes.
I mean, we'll just get the answer. What percentage of the world is religious? So they say
Wait, what?
84. They say 84% of the world's population, but I don't agree with that. You meet a lot of Christians who said that they were just born into that. They don't really practice. You can find Jews who say that. Islam, Hinduism. So some people just identify culturally. So I mean that's why it's like a hard thing to factor in. I mean, if you were to
I
take,
mean, I'll define being religious as if you believe in it, then you're religious. And if you practice like once on Christmas or every day, like either one of those can be considered religious.
yeah, but I mean, like even Judaism or Israel is a secular state. Most of the people there are not religious, so you wouldn't even include that. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah,
I thought there was like a lot of Jewish people there.
no, it's 80% Jewish and about 15% Muslim and 5% Christian. But of the Jews who are there, most of them are secular people, meaning they're either agnostic or atheist, or they maybe just see Judaism as a cultural identity, but not necessarily a religious identity. The black hat, payas, rabbis you're thinking of are less than 5% of the people there.
Right. Um, yeah. What do you think is the most religious country?
Um, Probably like Vatican City, if that counts.
No, that doesn't
Okay. Um,
count. But it's good. We'll try to attempt it.
well, I mean, it probably is. I mean, there are only like 1,000 people there. They're probably all Roman Catholics. Um, so are you talking what percentage of the population is religious?
Yes.
You know, I used to know this. I thought it was Jordan for some time, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know why I want to say that. Um, let's look it up. What is
Wait,
the
what's your
most
guess before you
religious
look it up?
country in the world? Probably. Um,
I'm gonna say somewhere in the Middle East, like Iran or some Middle Eastern country.
yeah, it's not. It's. I mean, like probably Somalia says practically 100% Muslim. Yemen, 99% Muslim. Mauritania, about 100% Muslim. Afghanistan, 99% Muslim.
Yeah. No, hey, Afghanistan's in the Middle East. That was on my list actually, but I didn't know.
No, it's not.
Okay. It was in one of my guesses in my head that I made.
Okay, but it's not in the Middle East.
Afghanistan is in the Middle East.
No, Central Asia. I mean, we'll look it up. So I said Jordan, and Jordan is like 97% Muslim and 3% Christian. So I mean, That's a big one. Okay, but let's see this. Yo, dog, is Afghanistan in the Middle East? It's not. It's South Central Asia.
Oh, let me see what the Middle East map looks like.
Middle East is Saudi
Did I see-
Arabia, UAE,
It's in
Iraq,
Asia, on like
Jordan,
a continental.
Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Turkey, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and sometimes Egypt. Central
Okay,
and
well this one says that Asia, the Middle East, Asia include like from Pakistan to Afghanistan to Tajikistan to Kyrgyzstan. Every stan is in Asia, but in the Middle East.
hold on,
area.
every stand is in Asia. But
Except for Kazakhstan.
who are you saying? Who says this?
I'm looking up a map of the Middle East.
No, Doug. Just let's go to the Wikipedia, and they highlight it, and Afghanistan is not in it. The Middle East is the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Levant, and Turkey. So, if you want a list of the states that are there, it's Al-Qatiri and Dekalia, Bahrain, Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen.
I mean, I'm seeing sources that include Pakistan.
No one includes Pakistan. No one includes that.
Okay.
Hold on,
No one
hold on,
includes-
hold on.
Except these maps
Hold on.
here that are
The second Bush administration in the first decade of the 20th century called the Greater Middle East Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. So you can agree with George W. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Bush.
He also, I bet, pronounced it apartheid. Of anybody who pronounced it apartheid, it is he.
Well, that's how you know it's wrong.
That's how you know it's right. Doug, he also pronounced it, he pronounced nuclear the way that you pronounce it.
Nuclear? I say nuclear.
Do you?
How did I say it wrong before?
Sometimes you say nuclear.
Oh, nuclear.
That's
Right.
cool.
That's how Canadians say it sometimes.
That's how some Americans say it. Which is interesting because if you just look how it's spelled like new clear. Like, why do people think to add syllables to it?
Oh yeah, I mean, diesel. Do you say diesel or diesel?
Diesel?
You pronounce the S? I've heard everyone say diesel.
Diesel?
My entire life.
Diesel?
Yeah, like a Z sound instead of an S.
Yeah, probably both, but diesel. If I'm like,
But I mean, it should be the S.
it should be the
It
S,
should
yeah.
definitely be that. There's no Z in it at all.
Do you say Z?
Yeah, like that's how everyone pronounces it, like diesel.
No, do you say,
instead of cell.
you don't say Z, you say Z?
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so it's a Z. It's not a Z.
Fuck you. Spell color.
Do you say H? Do you say H and like actually put the H sound in the H, or do you say H? H or H?
H. No H.
Okay.
Do you pronounce
I've heard
it?
people say H.
Do you pronounce it herb or herb?
I'm Rastafari, so I say herb.
I like that. I don't think anybody like properly pronounces it herb, or do they? No one says herbs.
Rastafarians definitely do.
Herb? Oh, like yeah, some good herb. No, they say herb. Wouldn't they? Okay,
It's more like herb,
herb.
no H sound. Like
Yeah, exactly.
herb.
Um, you know what I'm
Do
watching?
you say Cool Whip or Cool Whip?
Well, after watching Family Guy, Cool Whip, but usually just Cool Whip. Do you?
I don't even know what Cool Whip is. Is that like fucking whipped cream?
It's a weird thing. It's it's like an oil. It's not whipped cream. It doesn't have dairy or something like that.
Fascinating.
Yo, dog, what is
Is it
cool,
oil?
cool Whip made out of? Isn't it some kind of oil? It's um, it's water and vegetable oil. Usually a blend like coconut oil, palm oil, or canola oil. It's not like real whipped cream. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, like coconut or palm oil.
Yeah. Cool.
Before you go, here's one last thing. Yo, dog, didn't Napoleon invent margarine because it could be taken like on long travels and not spoil, unlike butter? In 1860s, Napoleon III of France challenged scientists to create a cheap butter substitute for the army and lower classes, especially one that could handle long storage and travel without spoiling. Butter was expensive and perishable. The French chemist named Hippolyte Megamores came through and invented margarine in response to that challenge. Margarine was made from animal fats and later vegetable oils, designed to be cheaper and last longer. So Napoleon III's role was more like the initiator of the idea, but not the inventor himself.
Alright, yo, good night, Rabbi.
Peace, pimp.
Have a good one.
Enjoy your Cool Whip and margarine.
Happy part 9.
Thanks, baby. What the fuck?
Incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit, silver in color, and had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is like close to the color and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was wonderful. And I'm walking home from school one winter's day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super spacesuit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch. And so it's great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I can go right into the ditch. And I dove into the ditch. I discovered my spacesuit is not that waterproof. And I came home and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. Walked to the store. My parents had a store and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet. This ditch water was cold, right? It was probably like September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly. She was not a word of criticism. She just took me upstairs and probably just uttered this romantic kind of thing, into the bath. Not a word of judgment against never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself." So you ruined your family. It was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. That's what Hashem gives us. He doesn't like give it to someone before he needs to do it. He wants to take care of yourself. He said, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it first." Very, very powerful metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. When I use recently, I call it the nature line. And it is something connected to passage in Utah. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Rodessa. And this was inspired by the question that this is supposed to be like fruit, it's supposed to be like life. And the metaphor inside, it will take too long to give you all of it, but basically Ramon describes a bizarre incident in Japan that is also discussed in the Friday ceremony of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down, get some of the coals from under the Galga, which is a kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron's Kodesh, and the base of Mikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of layers of the lost energy kind of thing, and Gabriel's supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish performance to destroy. And Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside, he's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents Gabriel. The hand represents Tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the British woman says for 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with the suntan from the radioactive elements there. And Hashem says to him, "There's no weapons there." And he calls it. And the whole story, as the Ron explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, that's his word. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms, I don't know what to do with them, it's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are chosen. They do give to God. So therefore he said, now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially great for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. It's like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, remember that token. And it will kind of like be just a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. And that way, not really, you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again, rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always makes me good. She's very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. I like that. Or whatever it is. You have it. Use this one thing you have. And I've used this particular data so many times. There are people who I always remember they're punctual. They're awful in some ways. They are punctual. You start out that. And it helps me, deal with the anger. Just like white or white, it's not like magic. But it just does a little, extra action. Another one is maintain for a brother. And I'm showing you these pictures of family pictures because there's no greater laboratory for interhuman, interpersonal reactions with the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, with a cute son, who's about 2 years old, about to get his first beer. He looks somewhat cancer here, so I just show what is going on. share. That's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream. I certainly embarrassed a lot of people who not remember it later. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in its forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special oath sale, special treasure room for the Roman. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person was ever did. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, oh, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does that. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, I'm looking at it with most of you have small children. I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taking over my babies and like that. So you become much more difficult to deal with. And, you know, it's a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what he looks like when he was vulnerable and certain, you know, I just think that at some point, I love that person forever. That this photo from, by the way, this is what it was like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this is a good idea, but nevertheless. So I'm going to give you now the last one. This is, of course, I'm very on my Rabbi, my eldest daughter, and this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're trying hard to forgive someone. Sometimes people ask me, what about this action? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of very sports. I've never had, like those kind of awful experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is a guarantee in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say it's a hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is every human being has a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being has a moment where they were completely covered, sexually honest, with beautiful works of art, with everything, there's nothing wrong with those things. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the cloak. It gives that beautiful section from Rabbi and how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy, you're under the cloak, and so fortunate. I think so fortunate when you love this person. And if nothing is wrong, the entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of yes, you had that connection at that time. And that's the truth as well. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think at that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, but we're 40 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now. I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Cuba I've ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Lily. And I would be working, writing my dissertation, keeping all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then they rush around doing exactly what they want. Back to look like what it was. And one day, I'm working really hard on writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids. You know they have something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and start walking through the split level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're like they're washing each other with a toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. It was soaked up the floors. It was like Rafi was, I guess, about four. Rafi was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife was there. And I was living, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started like tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of them. I would have like immediately hugged her well because they were in big trouble. But instead, little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself on my legs and hugged my legs. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which was an obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and forgave her. And I think the lesson to us is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we have a good attitude before Hashem realizes that we are the ones who mess things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and hesitancy and run to Hashem. In other words, backing around your legs and passing sorry and really better. Hope that this discussion on Aurora has been useful for you as exposure to this. I wish you all a succeed and succeed in Nova. And this is on Shore, and hopefully we should share many conversations. Okay, fabulous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I can take a couple of questions from the audience. They don't have any questions, arguments, objections. Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but I well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship. It's rather surprisingly sometimes, uh, but he doesn't like personifying it. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a sneeze thing that she wants to remain anonymous, maybe, and it's not at all unusual for 16th century life. Yeah. Today it is. Uh-oh. Fine, go ahead. So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. Usually a good-looking woman in the audience who asked, would any of these men do it wrongly? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all inferior and other. The truth is, the one speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of the huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. It's like a whole discussion how we're supposed to be engaged with people's suffering because that's why we're here to try and alleviate other people's suffering. Definitely in that area. We also discussed in another place a Gemara in Baba Basra about how what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is like, you think that the important rabbis would have like house help to do it. No. These are things that would sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things, and that's part of it. My favorite, by the way, is Rabbi would always compare the herring. He actually compare the sheep. Okay, so I think, on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, no, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we are male and female. That's it. Okay, I'll have some questions. I do have to tell them to be clear. Yeah, no, definitely talked about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that on first. So we got okay, lots of things from Capital. So as Capital Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope he gets to sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question for you to answer right now, right? So, but it is a really important one. And the Capital do actually do. Martha Gill, it's nice to see you. She said this is so inspiring. What about self-forgiveness from Richard Masonic? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Lamach in Tomer Deborah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it would be logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obviously a lot of reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most of what we do, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way, and in the dark of night, we view this as why we should forgive ourselves. But when you read the Talmud Torah and you feel empathy for other people's feelings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It's definitely a topic with a lot more exploration. We're way out of time, I think. And I've done here my 5 fab. Jennifer was over my fave 5, my favorite 5 one. Is there a resource or summary teaching you implement for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Safaria, there's an English translation as well. 2 or 3 English translations on Safaria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring the presentation, and I hope you all have a good thing going. It's like online in a few different places. The regular. There's a microphone here. We're live. Are we live? Okay. Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Shiva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Ismail. I'm really grateful for all you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rabbi this past week. We were talking about the potential additions, whether we should add to the matzah. And there's some discussions about the Rabbi, the Salvation, the practices. And I said to my Rabbi, I said, I guess a lot of people in the shul are just getting them to say the word we have, not adding
necessarily he wasn't intending to, but if you wanted to go to on Rosh Hashanah, not clap one face, you're not really doing tshuva because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so, it might have been a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this gathering and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the week is really to engage in practice of tshuva, different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the body. Dr. Gibbonson really prompted us having this new series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Torah Devorah, and with Dr. Gibbonson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his not just wisdom expertise with us, and as a bonus, we have sending some merch for those who came. Dr. Ames actually published a book on Torah Devorah. We offer for those who are interested. There's some free copies here up front for those who want. So, you know where he lives now. Excited, yeah, that might not be free. We would like a copy of Dr. Ames' book. So they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, the man, but to learn life together with Dr. Ames.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so this is something that could be passed around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one. Everyone else is that. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely is to move this down here, so it's not like it goes. Move it. No, I'm going to wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. I want to move it. Pardon me, everyone online. So, okay, so my goal for tonight is, as we keep on Fresney, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Talmud Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle spot in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who's under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Torah Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Talmud Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just have my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it's something really important for me. I first encountered Talmud Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, ooh, it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, kind of got a brown paper bag, maybe I was going home like that. But it just, the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really, I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change the relationship with God, maybe change the relationship with yourself. I will will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. It's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life, and I continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. So here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Preceptus. First printing came out in Valencia in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Remarque, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Vidalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plague that ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Panathon, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he said, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara. So you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. This strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak itself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work which was published earlier called Elima Rabbi, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's the supposition, but we can go into the detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Córdoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spell here, and you'll see it also on his Matseva, his gravestone, is that Cordovero is a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it is probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalom HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of Hashkafic and Halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I'm now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalom HaKodesh, because it was a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Chogas Lavavos, Shiros Yesharim, and so on, from Mike Baker Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the God of Musar, like the Hebrews of Greek. Others is kind of like Godless Sahada, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this particular genre started by the Ramak Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how does God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It is basically ask the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what we will start with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is an exploration of the concept that halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways. You shall imitate God, or to use the actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions about who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. In Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to do. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming and delicious. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Spain. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You see here, this section here is Greece, which includes, of course, Israel, and Spain is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Spain because it had this generous tax policy to be involved with import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Yerush Tzar, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramat was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal who spoke Portuguese. And this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal, if he was born in Spain. He was definitely raised in Spain. We know he was there when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from the Spards, and they landed in a spot where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research, and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos, synagogues, and so on. And the Ramat, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Spot itself was kind of like a nothing town until then. And in fact, it was sort of like a blip on a periscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period. It doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term spot probably comes from the word sofeh, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and it's a gorgeous landscape all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes a wonderful place of Jewish energy, spirituality, and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramat, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since then, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been retrospective, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible change. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in a tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book, which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonium, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts, like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote a two-volume work. This is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle one, the general principle two, and so on. All of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine, I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he waxed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Scott. They're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against prophylactic against the iodine. I'm a little nervous. It's such a big thing. So easy to change my feel. Just to give you a sense of who is in Scott at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Scott. And we see here right at the bottom the Ramat, right? Moshe Ben Yaakov Cordovero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Scott. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. We didn't know his name was way too Constantinople, but he ended up being Scott as well. Of course, he operated in Arab and not the Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramat, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shimon Levi Al-Kabetz, the author of the Rachad Dovim Torah, that was translated by night, which is universal in everyone can use. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called the enrique. They would literally put their street on exile. They would go off and wander throughout the hillside and stop. And they would just, as the Ramak wrote about it, they wrote about it, described his travels with his brother-in-law who was also ready, and he would like walk along until it felt like that's what spiritual influences, and they would sit down, and they would bother, and they would sit together, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time, until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did at the time. And the ultimate of it, or Kabbalistic activity, right, they would just have activity, being this kind of spiritual creation, where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to thought like higher power, and one of the other things that specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was Rothschild'S Rabbi. They were there together for about 9 months before the Ramak died, the Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his students who had time to tell, always considered that the recent convert of the Ramak that the Rat was his Rabbi. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is highly dependent on the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of my lecture, looking at the actual ideas of collected and purchased all his manuscripts that was he loved quite a bit, like he published it in the Laura. What? It's amazing. So we got to say that we missed out a lot of things that we don't know what happened with that. We don't know the other children besides the value who was the Roman executive that was there. But it is the 16th century, and it's around now, so it is possible that we'll get a lot of these folks like that. Also, it's a strong historiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rabbi like the Rabbi, or the Aruba, you write down all these personal details about them. You would hear that. So we do have quite a bit of data. Not as much as we like, but it's easy stuff. We're going to have a hard session, a hard session. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now? Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah and also really the fundamental question of monotheism. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite being? God truly has no boundaries whatsoever. What am I? And I either somehow completely subsumed in God, or didn't realize that. Most of the time I feel close to God. Sometimes I feel really good. Maybe I feel quite simple God. I know that I feel like a good table. So how is that is infinite and finite? Why? I mean, just so in Kabbalah, you really enjoy the sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Rabbinic tradition. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, it's kind of like the reverse of like when the transmission swallows up something else. God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not quantity. Again, God is not in that place, but the only existence. What exists other than God? So then God inserts himself, and there's lots of diagrams of this. Usually see like this big center circle to a tiny little rock coming into the center, and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. Kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God. And they're very different ways. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the sphero, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat Mitzvah, the destruction of the vessel, which basically goes like this. That God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the exception to a finite thing. But it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot snaps, the pot shatters. Everybody very thinks it's so brilliant. So so there's a first container, which is ketchup, it shatters, and then it rains down a mixture of that hot oil, together with the material of the table, of the vessel, and it falls to another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the light of God in it. Goes to the third pot, of course, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interactions with the broken pots, and then it can be put in the store. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this strender is mixture of the material rock of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. The four levels of existence, there's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, such as animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is still named silence. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramah and the student, the Arizal. And one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many follow the Ramah. Because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking about knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works. But the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities. And the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos canisters. Every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness. You're allowing it to go upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach, and it's just, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy to sell to followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the skidoo. Is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye. Right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror and you can like hold up the mirror and you can sort of glance at the reflection in the mirror in a passing way. But the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of a coloration, a little bit of a dulling and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malchus, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the illusion of the light throughout the world. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shira Kacheli. And now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. The Ramak is saying, you recall that we have to know who God is in order to imitate Him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God as a Kabbalist is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took. Right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way I wanted. I chose these Sphirot for a reason. But you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tifereth, and so on. They all mean different things. There are lots of correspondences between names and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of life going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Gevurah, he goes through each one of the spheres and explains this is what God means in terms of which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I am necessary going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them for their sins. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the good Yehovah of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. So that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes. The first thing is that the attribute is Keter, God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. That is 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now, I mentioned one last detail. You probably memorized the 13 attributes as you say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem's got a lot in the Mount Arabic. So those are called the Kabbalah lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones. These are the ones kind of like more basic. And they relate to like, our three perspectives, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But there is a higher taking the energy he gave me to do good Jesus. And this is why the Malachim look at this and say, this is astounding. How can God simply tolerate? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against me, to rebel against me? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too, like Dr. Kids, Elena, if a person has a child with an addiction, say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever substance or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it exactly what you want, something which is harmful to them. And nevertheless, they'll come back again, and do the money again. That's just the way that we interact with God. And a lot of them look at this and they say, let's call it, this is just everything. How can you tell it? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramon says, is the very first thing that God does when he created creation. He knows that we're going to use this energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in, I accept it, and I'm going to allow that. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, and so we'll everybody will recognize. The second level, this is by Romans, Lord from an artist from the Irish who's actually very excited about the kind of Torah and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the needs. Some of them, I say two of them, they're absolutely fantastic. This one is called medical medicine. It's just a way we care. She called it food to so this gets also a little bit weird. They don't care about health in general. But we have this, we have to put down, we're very clear. It says that, what else to do a single thing for us? I should be at least on my own project taking care of your prostate swelling. You probably remember to see if your prostate swells. We're going to make a big mala, say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because you have this idea that when you do a success, you will constant energy into prayer. This is called a mala, a messenger or an angel. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Catholicism. But the opposite is also true. Not often talked about. Mishnah in Catholic also says that the person doesn't agree with that, they create a negative energy position that is restrictive. Or it's also called a mati, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person doing an hateful act, and suddenly that person releases this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak breaks down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when we go up to Shemayim, all those papers that you created, Pastor Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Loni Atan, so and so movie. I belong to this guy. Also called Kabbalah as an alud or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly sucking energy from you because you create all these things. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it doesn't really work. Because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to keep living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. You've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy, and by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm an equal being, I'm going to make you second. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take whatever you want. But Hashem is no state Avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe my human beings did this terrible thing. Created this awful favor, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay douchebags tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these behaviors are like standing around here and just kind of doing. That's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in their life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone you've told them a million times, please don't talk to your partner's spot. And they keep doing the same thing. You go to talk to your spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, he doesn't move his car, right? He says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, should you just call the tow company and the co-worker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Vermont would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own. I think it's the wrong thing to do. Eventually, he would get it. Then come down and try to break something. But that would be devastating to your work relationship. A lot more. Here's a third one, which I call taking care of it personally. And the remark here refers to again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are four worlds within the lowest world of Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the third world, and third world of Cup. And God, as it were, normally almost everything that has to happen in the world sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim on the street, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space stations, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there's some things he does not. We make a big deal about a paper, right? Ani below sorrow. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw on the first level, and we have lasting damage like this in the second level, I'm not above it. I'm not just relative to the entire myself. The example that he gives is Hana as the metaphor of washing away the whole lot of the filth of the body of the planet. Not like actually a literal metaphor, not a thing of the literal metaphor. I put a picture here of my mother, who's really well, my father, who's I'm reminded, the Vermont teaches us directly that there's things that parents will do to a young child
Today, I had salad and fruit tonight. I want to celebrate tomorrow by having a whole lamb. Let's celebrate how good I ate yesterday. It's just celebrating. And I understand being addicted and he's smoking.
When I was about 8 years old,
but people would die. Smoking is like, you just know. You die.
Flags, patches, and stuff like that. This is when I thought it was like I also thought it was right. I wanted to go to school when my school was one winter school. It was like kind of a young ball day, and I realized my people they ran to say things like, and cigarettes walking into the ditch. And I said, great, I'm wearing my space suit. I can go right into the ditch. And I go into the ditch, and I discovered my space is not in fact waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in milk from the ditch. And I walked to the store, and I tried to find out a store, and I was like, talking to this water is cold, right? It's you know, I would be working, writing like a situation, people all over the place, and people can do whatever they want. And I was saying, I look at my watch, and I know my wife is home 15 minutes, and then they rush around doing something. That's what I look at. And one day, I'm working really hard, I feel excited, and I realize I'm very something really crazy. So I come out of my office, and I walk through the still got a nice little and I find them here in the bathroom. They have discovered the joys of flushing. They were like they washing each other with toilet flush, toilet paper everywhere, soaked up the floors. It was like, after it was just about 4 years ago, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15 minutes that my wife was there. And I was real right there. Everybody started pulsating. Like tensing up, and it takes you literally 2 seconds. Rafaela, if I were a PG, I would have been out of there. I would have like immediately, I just let it go. And instead, little girl, maybe 4 years old, ran straight up to me, threw himself on my leg and hugged my leg. He said, oh, why did I be angry at this one, right? He had, instead of running away, which was an obvious thing, he ran to me. He said, oh, I didn't know we were supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. I really forgive her. And I think the lesson she wrote is really obvious, right? You know, she may think it's not your job. She may think that you know that you didn't have to do it before and realize that you were the one who messed things up. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and hesitation, starting to and I think we're just bouncing around below stories and talking stories and I think that this is something that Laura has been useful to do in very, very beautiful way. I wish you all a super, super program. This is Laura and we should share more conversations. Hello, fellow students of leadership. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about the rabbinic holiday of Purim, which is, of course, a holiday that falls on this name, the 15th day of Ramadan. If you're wondering how 2 days after 13 the Vedic 10 and 11 o'clock is 9 plus 6, and you may think to yourself, wait a second, why 9 plus 6? Why not the more logical 10 plus 5? The reason is because in certain conventions in particular, we don't write the very good, and we're going to pay following it. We're going to put 15 because that happens to be the only because God wouldn't want to write down the so that's why the convention is referring to it as Kuva'ah. 9 plus 6 is 50, and it's a Kuva'ah Haggadah. So what exactly is the deal with Kuva'ah? It is clearly a rabbinic holiday. It's not recorded in the Bible. It's recorded in here's the local Bible, which is the Mishnah Taina, so it's a beautiful passage. Amar Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says, Lo hayu yamin children of Israel b'sha'at al-Ba'al, there never were more beautiful days for the people like the 15th day of Av, or like Yom Kippur. Now you may wonder, Yom Kippur, that's like one of the best days for it is, but obviously it's a spiritual sense. So we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the 15th of Av. So Bahem Benoti is Shalom Yosef is the Lavan Shifting. Because on that day, the daughters of Jews and still are going to fight. What is that word daughter? Guy with a daughter? But over the fire shifting, the word is not the marriage, it's not known to write or forever. So remarkable to me is those like quite expensive owners, and they look like they are actually fairly rare. Yerushalayim Yotzat V'Cholot V'Chaim. The daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would Cholot means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. Not how you home and what was they say? Bachor, young man, saw not a neck or a hay. The tells the Lord of God. Lift up your eyes and see, who would you choose for yourself? So obviously it's kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I don't know, but we're just reading the Mishnah, right? Don't look at beauty. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at their parents and their grandparents and so on. The Gemara has lots of interesting things to say about this afterwards. Sheker achein behevel yoti. Isha yiras Hashem halal. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. The Mishnah goes on to talk about this further. So it seems that on the 15th of Av, there was a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which was a day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av was tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this date that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. If you recall the discussion of daughters of Zelophehad, when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance, our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there was a discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinction intact, they would marry within their own tribe. But this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day in which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have no Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews who were born in the desert were, and of course the 2 spies who spoke favorably of the land of Israel were able to go into the land of Israel. So the date on which there were no more deaths, that was the 15th of Av, on the date of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Hoshea ben Elah removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Rabbi ben Rabbi, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted on the 15th of Av. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 800-900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba rebellion. During the Bar Kokhba rebellion, this horribly brutally put down by the Romans, and after tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Bethel. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed to them, they did not allow the bodies of Jewish fighters cleared from the field and buried. So they were left right in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers until finally on the 15th of which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era. Finally, the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to collect their dead and grant them a proper burial, which is, by the way, also memorialized in the great after meal, the blessing of Tova HaMetiv, find it because it's somewhat solved, but the everyday activities of these days that children, and the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight and successive days to properly dry out the wood so that it will be fit for the temple, and so therefore the third day is completely another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple, and those are the things, historical reasons. I probably should have put that one actually, the fifth, but that was predated with the hospital. By the time our hospital was out, the temple was already destroyed. So that's the sixth historical event that is associated with this particular day. Sounds interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
Ask guys the same thing, look at women, do kids now. Yeah. You see that girl passed out behind the dumpster?
Social distribution. Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take 2 minutes every day and just offer a short historical insight into either the Exodus as we have it described in the Bible or the Haggadah, interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Nephthah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Nephthah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era, and in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk and something like 20 feet tall, and it has some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole list of the amazing achievements of the pharaoh. You scroll all the way down this document to a piece at the bottom. There's a fascinating little section that has been deciphered and is interpreted to read: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this particular passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word, the name, and the concept and the people Israel outside of biblical text. Meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich, characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see an execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Nephthah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where the Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statues by burning it or breaking it, things like that. And it's kind of like a way of invoking curses upon the people that they dislike. And when you look at these execution figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel, but it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that. Just this kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on. Or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising we don't have more Egyptian descriptions of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to their national interests. one great example of it is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here wearing a ceremonial beard in the Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsut's are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Turns out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. Well, I shouldn't say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh, I'll just do it. Anyway, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and he potentially wiped her out of the record and was completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is, after all, an obituary. Meaning, Merneptah said that I went up into the north, I went through all these communities that I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things, and when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again, rise up and have an insular basis. This is, I think, especially ironic when we think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. We'll talk about him tomorrow, but it's as if he's out doing revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless and have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing, are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. With those states, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in an agenda, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, that they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Agada that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semitism? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar. Life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore the censor insisted and had added to the text the word Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter Hey before Masilane instead of the noun. So in other words, he forced it to read in every generation they used to rise up against it. No longer. Back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue these people, it's that he is to rescue people. Just half one more because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary, which was the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist of the late 19th century and early 20th century America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died, he published an obituary, and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status Europe and America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some which are real hours, like looking at it a century later to see how wrong he was in many ways, but his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute but 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than I said. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He can be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor, and faded to himself and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now for a vanished. The Jews saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energy, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are immortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow, that's an amazing passage. Thank you, posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to the essay. And this is what I think about when I go into the Passover Seder. Think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What would they eat? What would they dress like? How they sometimes would sit on cushions on the floor. How they would spend time to recline to their laps on shaved lounges. So that's the way that they used to eat and tightness with curriculum. I mean, it's just so amazing that there was this phenomenal continuity. And what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background or historical context. As the Exodus and the Haggadah. I want to talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who drew Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of Exodus where Joseph comes to the land of Egypt and there's tremendous things for the economy and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And everyone's really grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But as the Pharaoh arose, he knew not Joseph. He didn't remember what his ancestors had to do in Egypt, and the gratitude was gone. What has he done lately? It ended up descended into exploitation and eventually slavery, which was the core of the Exodus story. There's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh and one aspect information, scientific methods, things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one can rely on what is what the data has done. The title of the great work by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work on television. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down in historical data from extra biblical sources. For a host of reasons. It's a short class, we're not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to do it, but about how to read the Bible. Tell the story about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them from 1918. Grandfather Alex and grandmother Tasha. They're both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and they lived off of the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the 1960s. Known as the Great Massive Fire, which was absolutely devastating for the civilians. Very injustice in the land out to the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native Canadian First Nation people.
R.I.P. baby.
My grandfather, this is a story coming from my own father, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming. And so, he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard. And the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waded in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. The town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, who gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight, courage, and kindness ultimately allowed the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a full century after that. My father took it over, and my mother, and it lasted for a very long time. Now, this story is very hard to find in historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go visit their graves. But we don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. They're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. What my father told me, and I trust my father, that's the Minnesota, that's the tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should be my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this factor, find that factor, confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds in this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. It includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in the Code of Hammurabi, in texts from Mari and Old Babylonia, we see that that's smack on what we would expect a slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nuzi, we see that, my gosh, it's exactly the same. And finally, when we look at the price progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. So let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the, Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaveh. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example. We see that, in several places in the Bible. But to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. What exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, when we say a heavy heart, we mean, despondent or sad or something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate, the opposite of a soft heart or an open heart, who was somehow making him more culpable. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Racheli Shlomi-Hain, fascinating Egyptologist from Keele University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e., that the pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what a pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess of Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does, this is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You can see here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomi-Hain points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and is mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a kanaf jar, placed in like an urn, clay urns, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Meaning, if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain Ma'at, if he allowed his heart to become heavy, not hard, not resistant, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see in this 13th century, again, the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to end up happening. So this is really the meaning within the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for research of people like Professor Racheli Shlomi-Hain, who point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness for what he should have done for the people of Joseph is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. I hope fellow travelers in Jewish history, I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offered a fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It would be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Well, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for, recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries, sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see at the bottom of this map the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called, in contemporary Arabic, Kantir, or Ramesse, which is most likely the site of Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually made sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical account. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt from, for example, the tomb painting of Rekhmira that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, who this child was, an Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know. But it is nevertheless a very chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still, it doesn't say so much about the route that we're trying to describe. We know that the biblical account places the Jews in the eastern take the shortcut, which is the Philistine way, also known as the way of Horus, that would have been the easiest and most logical. That would go along the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, which actually had several established fortresses that were built by the Egyptians. The Egyptians frequently went this route when they went on raiding campaigns into the land of Israel. So we know they didn't go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an alternate route, a long route that somehow had them wandering throughout the Sinai Peninsula, eventually ending up in the land of Israel. But when you look at the overall map, you got to wonder, where did they come from? Where exactly? What sea are we talking about? We should point out in Hebrew the term is Yam Su, which means literally the sea of reeds. The term sea here, Yam, has to be not used from, let's say, a Western perspective of what a sea is. Sea is normally a fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word Yam is something a little bit more like what Americans call a lake, maybe not even a great lake. Like Yam Genera, the Sea of Galilee, is actually a fairly small body of water. I'm not sure if you can easily swim from side to side, but you can at least contemplate swimming from one side to the other. Similarly, the Dead Sea is very small. I mean, in comparison to the Great Lakes, these are small bodies of water, but usually they are called seas. Now, the second word, reeds, is interesting. The Sea of Reeds. It does not describe the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea. It says the Sea of Reeds. So this makes it sound a little bit like it could be a wetland, kind of like, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. And so many historians have attempted to reconstruct the route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the Bitter Lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water, again, that's not necessarily what the term Yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands, so you just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet deep, 6 feet deep, and lots of vegetation, and the only way to get through would be if it's split and you walk on dry land. A miraculous occurrence, to be sure. Other historians have suggested that no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're talking about. And you can see there are routes that describe going up north and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and back down into the Sinai where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea and crossed at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have, like biblical archaeology in particular, we have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, but very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer to the places named in the Bible. And one of the very first things that was done in the 19th century in the land of Israel, archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? And they would use all kinds of different techniques, sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names referred to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as to where exactly these places are, but we simply don't know for sure a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There is a monastery at the top of it, things like that. But there are also good possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century, not only in terms of like Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report dated December 20th, 1920. So this is a new experiment. I hope you find it useful. I took a poll last week and got over 600 people voted with 93% of you indicating that you'd like to see something like this. 81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I signed a major contract with foreign publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. And it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a good book. I'm looking forward to it. But one of the advantages of having a large audience of people who are interested in Jewish history on YouTube is that I can sort of crowdsource this. Obviously, I'm going to do the first stage of writing, and essentially the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback in the comment section, from my personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's helping me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do with these newsletters. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity. This is totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize it would have to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this. They're shorter videos. On Thursday the 17th, we premiere the Judea in the Days of Jesus, which is a popular video actually. It was the number 1 popular film last week. And then later today on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish people. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. We don't speak about Jesus specifically in this video because it tends to generate a lot of unwelcome comments. I'll talk more about that in a second. But, this is the planned trajectory of the book, and possible to avoid this very crucial topic if we are authorized in competent survey of Jewish people. Then following that on Tuesday, we're premiering the Separation of the Church and Synagogue, which is basically talking about the activity of the young church under Paul in particular and his followers. And then on Thursday, we'll begin to look at the origins of the first Roman Jewish people. So that's what's coming up over this week. Also, this morning, I'm premiering something speaking virtually at there's a conference organized in Los Angeles by the Orthodox Union, and I'm giving a talk on Jewish history in Dutch. For those who will not know it, this is a global study of Talmud programs documenting a folio of day, 2 pages a day, which allows people to complete the Talmud in 7 years. And my small part in this year's cycle, this cycle, which takes 7.5 years to complete, is called Jewish History Document. It's a little video that appears on every map of Gemara, 2,711 total, and it's available on the alldoc.org website, and also there's an app that goes on it. So please have a look at that. That's going to be airing at 10 a.m. LA time, but I'll also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay, that's what's coming up this week. In terms of channel member news, you may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. When YouTube first made this available to me, I didn't really understand how it would be helpful, but then I realized the really great way that it was forward my agenda of working on series without saying things. First of all, if you've seen the manifesto video and the talk about my basic values, I really believe that Jewish history information should be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. And so that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes a lot of attention from anti-Semites, sometimes a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different light version, things like that. shy away from certain subjects, certain topics, because I don't want to spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. Now, what I mean by serious is not learned or advanced. What I mean is people who have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basics, follow the norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is maybe very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it. As the Seven Habits say, my rabbi loves quoting the Seven Habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I love to have them in classes of any age, and I never tire of engaging with people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are three levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. Um, that's when I release to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam and a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I've mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish Annotated New Testament, which is a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, there's invitation to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time, and have video conferences and so on. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman Jewish War, and then the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news. This week, one fascinating article I came out from Amanda Rothschild'S, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. And she writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal that whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated. And it is a seal that comes from Israel 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeroboam, Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating. And look at everything that Amanda Rothschild writes, because it's absolutely great. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format of these briefer online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is the result of my signing a contract with Current Publishers to create a 3-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of my research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I have not really thought of addressing. And I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity. And there was a lot of heat generated by that topic. Very difficult to sort of navigate the possible minefields of controversy, but I'm especially grateful to Boxer Spencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. Um, this is a passage that I looked a little bit into scholarship. It's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that fail to show this passage, so it presents an interesting concept. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire. But then at the end, he concluded by saying, anyway, I like your wonderful personality. Keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. At any rate, thanks also to Barb Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to digitally reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile and very difficult to unravel, difficult to open. So it's very difficult to actually read them. But with new images and these, wow, it's really fast. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman Jewish War. The first stage of it was Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and then Vespasian's arrival. Today, we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem, specifically. Very important things from Jewish history, and I'm looking in greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of Ab. A little later this week, we'll release a video on the aftermath of Great Revolt, which will look specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels in the fortress mountaintop in the Dead Sea zone. In terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the People's Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in the Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be in the years 115 through 170. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought, civilization, and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Merube Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, a very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership perks for this week, for members at the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, at 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just hoping to release this week, which is a fantastic re-look at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which is such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it, so I thought I'd talk about it a little bit with you. And then at the student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the People's Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and the 10 martyrs of the state, and then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience thereafter. Okay, that's the plan for this week. I hope you all enjoyed watching these videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish faith. Thanks very much for watching. touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, but now we're going to focus more carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Rabbi, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating material that gives a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the second century. But we're going to start much earlier and cover much more theoretical and historical ground in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be open to colleagues. Or check the links in the separate versions of that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester. We'll go through January looking at the ancient period, and then we're going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I've mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes for foreign publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using these videos to collect feedback and get suggestions and get support, sometimes criticism, to help me think about how I want to put together these 3 volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained, some kind of commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get to absolutely every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer. But I am spending time every day going over the comments and responding to respond to. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't post here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text as after all video. But on my personal website, henryabramson.com, I'm thinking I would start putting up drafts of the chapters as they are written for comments from all of you. As much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from other people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanism there to try and filter out people who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to go visit my website, henryabramson.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing. And I'm kind of excited about them. I'll let you know more about them. And in this context, I want to thank all of you for your feedback last week about that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I'm still a little crazy about it. I haven't quite told my college-age son that I think I'm going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I'm especially fond of the mud. And I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy O'Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggested some of the great ideas. And some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So there it is. Have a look at the Teespring site. They'll be populating on YouTube later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a Nemo, and we've got a Shubtite Ski mug, which Mike Klein says he's going to really enjoy taking to the Mikvah, the ritual bath for his popular version. Anyway, this is very good. I hope you have an amazing week and great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the 3rd and final semester of this series, and we're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in this series if you would like to. The first is please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is a term that I picked up while I was traveling in Europe just recently. Um, we encourage vaccination for everybody, of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine. Please do not come if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures really that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions in the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, which I class this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option, meaning the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of the January temperatures in this part of the world. Um, this option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and you'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. We'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will tweak things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the pre-recorded lectures are that one, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. There are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got too many comments about them. There's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week so that we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Corin Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into these printed work, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular book. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. And I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think, if you have any questions or suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Nadaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So, what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Nadaba, Jordan. Here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately, this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we learned some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself and the city of Jerusalem with the Cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizable human faces on these maps, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replace them obviously with other mosaic tiles. Fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of a patch that is on the lower left side, also really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary times? If you look at this satellite view, Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel or sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land. If you look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it goes into Mitzrayim or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north to Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iran and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamus. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world. But any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the South Sinai Peninsula because that's quite wide. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this. I don't know. Sometimes called the Royal Road, or the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you exhaust the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the Great Arabian Desert, much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through a very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded. Of course, that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context. We're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It's the center really of three major world faiths. Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Binting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that captured ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history. Like the logo is we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the origins of the crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, of the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish history lab. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the land of Jerusalem. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of, let's call it, chronological analysis for identity. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, like cuneiform or hieroglyphics, you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of humanity history that we work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, we have what's called prehistory, which is what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but people did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to realize these things are uncomfortable. You've got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how some carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there was history before that, proto-history before that, prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year. book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year one. And until you get to the second century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Rothschild'S, that is the second century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so of the Common Era, Rabbi Rothschild'S authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbi. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Rothschild'S. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbi did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the gaps, right? Figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generations dispersal happen, and things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy practicing work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Rabbah, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it's so fascinating. The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Nathan Bliskin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of the universe question really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some fascinating earlier hints as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first five books of Moses, some of the early prophets like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and the Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many people who predated the mass arrival of Jews into Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, was the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis. That's generally understood to be around the beginning of the second millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to finish that off for another lecture because there's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of people already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is an unusual theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in the 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty, and although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as the discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the people of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at the grave sites, she was able to discover fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells into this grave, which was believed to be an ancient shaman at the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. C.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. And they remind me of the master photographs. So C.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be clustered with brick. They run in line, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a few of those placed on the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like it's some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. In fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would like kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would like run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, and they would look at it from the point of view of a hunter, where the hunter's hiding behind this little gathering of rock, which would of course be a killing store, and would provide a lot of explosives for the diet of these hunters and gatherers. Just amazing, bizarre kind of things that were happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this. Oh my gosh. One of the most fascinating things discovered in the region of Jericho and in particular, the discovery of these master human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jerusalem or Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their homes. You can see sometimes they have like plaster on top of them, and sometimes they have like specific decorations, like using these shells for their eyes and so on. And the ones seem associated with some kind of ancestry worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into profanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the instilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive biblical times, as the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps to as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe it was some kind of open practice, who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. Hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled in the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of ramification, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings, and actually quite pleasant and healing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of open objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's just a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham. One minute. Stay. I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective. Because I'm not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback. It was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great! This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare describes actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant to looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shame and Fun, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandra's portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which is known for certain, but it's generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So, what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical ground? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using actually got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua, and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that look like it didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how we're supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes characterized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of the Copenhagen School. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature as a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the greatest proponent of the school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work. I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome with I've taken a lot of notes, but it was absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic, and Akkadian, and you name it, this is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating a word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Hashiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a flip book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. That is, we're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through the series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Antimamin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says you can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval global history. It basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era. Let's say 2250 or 2000 BC. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It was a golden period under the kings Saul and David and Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel and first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical books. Now, two quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data. Although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, is clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we will see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to the start of the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6 to the 7th, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier periods. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. The first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Jehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III, and this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of like confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, into the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder. The earlier you go back in time, you find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. I'll just give you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through next lectures. Look at the price of slaves in ancient Rome. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it costs in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the two data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile down through the Mesopotamian region. And we see that it follows, as I'm sure you curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refers to the price of slaves, you see that it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. Okay, very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of art to it. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, if it costs 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we can rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello? Well, fellow students in Jewish history, I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis, in fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you'll find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important. Okay, let's begin by going through the biblical narrative. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history, or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document with everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach that says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest period that it describes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. Those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record, of course, doesn't flow from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of the spectrum, They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiations with local kings, his interaction of war that involved the war with 4 kings and 5 kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the 4 and the 5 kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solidly answered about them. So, continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio, or the sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man. In Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happened, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's naturalistic modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's not what you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac, his grandson Jacob, who has tremendous, life stories with great challenges and some really quite, edifying and gives me the strength reading about it because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. And Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers. After tremendous paternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And, horrible thing to imagine being sold into slavery and being utterly undervalued at this time. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There is a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams. He tells Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these Mausoleum, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh was, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tafnat Paneah, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then, as things work out in this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food. They don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father live? Here, tremendous exaltation. But I think Tissot is captured very powerfully. And also, especially when I look at the reaction of his brothers here, these are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are next lecture, and we're so very happy. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrative plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on theory are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number two. And the French term, which I haven't noticed in some particular writings, is text d'annoncement, which means literally spell text, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds that you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you go through a ritual that involves all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the common era. You see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it was in Spanish. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. So from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which is south of Egypt, and some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150 to 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there, um, how did they change the Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay though, they didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in history. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. In fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication was with papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. So it's not surprising that 3,000 years later we just don't have any papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel, and so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, were these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable, and they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout this ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing. And by this time, in the Amarna letters, it was 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch onto as giving us any data about what's going on. Here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data. It's really given us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshank, who was a king that invaded Israel, and referred to a couple of times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, Mara and Machpelah, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this grave. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyphs, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from uh, pieces of monumental architecture from this very early period. And that's great amount of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing, and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries. For the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. You don't need to argue from there being no disturbing religious truth. One example, for a while it was very popular, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband, Isaac, far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but does say in Hebrew that she fell. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there's no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in Egypt. And it may be difficult to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it, and then when you would have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, really with your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People will know who are the author of it. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. They're just over to the left. You can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. Let us though point out here, and again I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideway groups. We occasionally have things that do reinforce the idea that yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt, and Judah is trying to give reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of these passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to high position. He was called Natanael, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they were Hebrew, Greeks were in Egyptian, it appears that the word Tasnat means in tall, and the word Paneach is derived from the word An, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's an ancient Egyptian symbol for light. So in other words, Tasnat Paneach would have been he who is called light. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that his Hebrew name was a very common name God, I don't forget right away. The very beginning of the book of Exodus, just the first few chapters, is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become a leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returns, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nations of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation of the wisdom of people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi and other philosophers have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happens in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happens with the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. This is not, some kind of propaganda piece in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracle that was in place in the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I'm sorry it took so long because I really want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text to compare. Okay, let's go to the history. So, what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record, and that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. Um, I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do on my video up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing. And I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be about this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate. If there is such a thing, it's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. The pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in the satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. By the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on paper-like organic substance just simply do not survive. There are very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside of it, right? It's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as a Pompeii or similar types of data. So, you know, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, you know, as the narrative describes, inflicted humiliating on the pharaohs that they didn't want to account. Nevertheless, you do have some you know, bits of that. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the 13th, late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. We also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Pierce painting, from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see that they're working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen and the Nile Delta, and it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at Steve Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some border pins that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, you know, we've seen the famous scene in 1956 Ten Commandments where, you know, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those unusual instances. And we found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, it's really excite the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them this way. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual mode of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited on Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle. You see pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two wing features, which is ironically reminiscent of the little beam, the chairless beam that decorated the ark. And that's not the only thing that is similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Coleman has done some fascinating work on this area in particular. He points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh. It's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. The book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about two-thirds of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and then eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure of it is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions to the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. What exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how the camp was constructed and is in similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be, if you will. Is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying, your tent is what protects people, rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's mind. I'm going to leave that for the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Coleman's work, also Dr. Joshua Gordon's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of King Saul and David. Thanks for watching. Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that you can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Merenptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merenptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's some fascinating thing that he of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context since he was referring to a group of people. If the term sea, does that literally rain in a sense of like going down the field in a particular region? More likely within the context it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say there's a certain malicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well in as they say, when they're alive. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Nephthah's mummy, and actually he is not looking so good. I will show you a picture of him. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of the Egyptian, especially pharaonic, historical distortion, where clearly they did destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they mention it in their monumental architecture. We saw, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs describe as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptian leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they wouldn't have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. That means that the Jewish people of Israel was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as recounted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago, that is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, the creation according to the Jewish count, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical account of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence that it's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the Stele of Nephthah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that Judges would occur, let's say, a rounded number about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extended for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll notice that these numbers get smaller because we're BC, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. And David around the year 1010, and Solomon Shlomo around the year 970. So we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. But anyway, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. So it remains to be seen what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement is this referred to? In the top of their imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes a permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent reasons for the first exile, which would occur, 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, we see that that's not entirely what happened. We start to work with this idea of conquest, which implies one thing. So, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we story. They surround the walls of Jericho, mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th, early 20th century in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You can see it's quite scarred by many specific hits. Uh, the nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding driveway. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the kingdom to Israel, is really something like a massive ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's like kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account. We have a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians seem to see, therefore, it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who works in Maximum School, say no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and put it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery. Others have focused on the architectural style, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at. There's an argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's interesting things like the lack of baseballs in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I'm going to yes, it's a good thing. I wanted to show you a picture of my napkin. At least I can show you a picture of this. At any rate, these jars and rooms arguments, things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successors, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal regions, largely because of the Philistines, which is like sea peoples and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly environmented people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak of the United Monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel. And the political development into the United Monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable Exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is detailed from Mark Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point, towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot, with a handful of men with him, and he is derided by passers-by. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature, but not necessarily familial in nature, because of course Absalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But just Chagall really beautifully invokes the depth of feeling in this light that is such thoughtful depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insight, absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings, Deuteronomy, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle rights over federalism kind of approach to political system, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tried to talk them out of it, saying, "No, this is not a good idea. You know what it means to have a king. You know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like. You're not going to be happy with the king." And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, "Give us a king, like all the non-Jews. Like we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same." This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Shaul or Saul as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Elena Shaw, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which is always a great consolation. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating, and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps. But finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership, and in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of its union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which will this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his songs, among other things, which are recited in great passions by Jews to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today's contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines back and forth, despite the hostility, itself quite telling of the nature to which society moved in the context of ancient history. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that when the book says that David is called Solomon, also in the book of Chronicles, and earlier, many of the historical passages that describe Samuel and Kings are amplified in the book of Psalms. At this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative. The reason for this is because there is little archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's fairly unclear that we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for, especially when we think about the expanse and power of David's kingdom and the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is unreliable as a historical source. They're very loath to refer to their personal enemies or their personal slaves in any positive sense, but we shall see a couple of instances. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until they're pretty before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian record either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically took to the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Keldan, which was discovered in 1993, and it's becoming now this block of text that is of Assyrian origin, actually records battles with various personages in Israel, identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified in Thompson region there as part of the faith of the house of David. Now, this block refers to the house of David in the sense that these are descendants of the house of David, which again is in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not as specific look as David moved in his life. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the house of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple lectures ago. This is from the king Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? These are basically topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists some place as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the house of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last thing that we should talk about in this context is, of course, the last king of the united monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting dealing with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain positive quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmanship. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the dome of the rock. We'll get to that probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of the temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all of the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed, the lack of contact with the Syrian Empire and the Egyptian trustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that we're talking now in the early 21st century after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what we would say the land of Israel, parts of Jordan with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, is really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for listening. Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel. So by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. I'd like to begin by going to another Gedunk experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from a joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, unfortunately, in late October, it's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Reuben comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's moving around in the gutter. He goes up and he says to him, Shimon, what are you doing? And Shimon says, I'm looking for my car keys. And Reuben says, but you live down the block. Why are you looking over here? And Shimon points to the lamppost and says, well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here. So obviously it's silly. If you look at your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedunk experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on, and they're really hard to find. analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you walk into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. You just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work around Israel. At any rate, let's look at some of the stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we talked about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the, at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. So let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquest of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just scattered grumblings. So once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is going to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. By the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important to actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, I just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that was done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger, and this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yerovam ben Nebat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region. And he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within his larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind, these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of some place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo. He left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak who was here stele that, although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche. The sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshan, by the way, that indicates that he did in fact make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Edom, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh god, Chemosh of course being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdom, especially in terms of its military activities throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular army. Fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this series we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the northern kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Stoiders, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. Fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections, which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense to mean any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking at finally, you have a section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like songs, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther, for example. And these second two sections, now the Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity than the first five books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators will have different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the book of Kings is normally attributed in the one version to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It's reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the annals of the kings of Judah, the annals of the kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount of the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about palaces and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time explaining an ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us testing, analyzing historical data, and it's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Jezebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cruciate, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman who has the same kind of symbols, things like that, whose name was Jezebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonged to Queen Jezebel and not to some other Jezebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative of what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the Israel monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853. We see, for example, King Jehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture Syrians would simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians would come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. Um, we'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the political, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense textile biology with some, insight into the economic region, but we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Egypt, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get a better sense of how these goods economically, how they support themselves. Let's try to understand a little bit about that. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in Israeli economy of Israel is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, Jewish officials over them, but the Chinese exiles of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of a sort of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see these were reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has, philosophical ramifications as well. Like David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, we hear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area with 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the settlement happened, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, for putting over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called Arim in Hebrew, and we translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. When we look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic regions. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber for people from Lebanon. You have mines for iron, copper, will be especially important once uranium begins to be produced. You have the so-called Syrian purple, something known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline. It's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the potato, the specific color that they use. Orchards, you have textiles are very big problems, iron, sorry, metal mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho, very, very important exports of Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in ancient Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available to Jews. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds or artisans, individuals, sometimes, especially in the Talmud, where there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. So, for example, villages that are filled with hammers, and all they do is they manhandle and so on. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high strength of the United Monarchy under Solomon, when, of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the civil war. The northern kingdom of Israel, particularly, begins to lose its sway, international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of the natural markets and a lot of the natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced 5 to 6 centuries ago on around. I just want to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a Jewish shekel weight from the first temple period. Obviously, it's shown on the left there. Imagine what it must have been like before these days, and imagine where it would be sacrificed. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we'll continue by describe what the family life is typically. Let's do that. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative but just talk a little bit about terminology. When we're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Though, of course, this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something Bible in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through a mother, that is matrilineal. In the 20th century, there was one movement added a patrilineal touch into it, but that we'll get to that one when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking about one continuous group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get the complexity. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word Avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes as described in the book of Genesis from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person in this ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivri is the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective, it's used for other things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew. I am a Jew, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelite is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, had his name changed in Adam and Eve in Genesis to Israel. His name was not struggled with something I can talk about later. At any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person. And the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. So Rashi will explain, I think, in the time that the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, and things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settle in the land of Israel after the exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Memphis period shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English is one that pertains to Israel. The term also has gained special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. So you can see from this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. As you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost and tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, there's probably a number around 100,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew, J-N-Y on the Swiss, Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the people. So much so that long afterwards you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century onwards, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. In fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time we get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another question. So that's basically how we get these three types: Hebrews, Israelites, Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points during time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Richardson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple minutes to explain what exactly is going on in the site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involvement, beginning to plan it, outline it, and so on. And then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended. And I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi says in the Talmud, Tractate Kindness, I have learned much from my teachers or from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish history. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in this years of research. So, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and we were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to book to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this three-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you can be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name into the search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you watch the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love the subscription. It's really good for me too because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people subscribe and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have three levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world because I would deluge even more with comments that are not necessarily helpful. I always want to work with people a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing I think this is so cool is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some quizzes and self-testing things, elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of three courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginning all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator who want this, and I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. This is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, Civil War, civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're seeing huge Black Lives Matter, social justice movements that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Zipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in other contexts as a Midianite, and there's no dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as people. That is your ethnos, which ethnos is for us. But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of family. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which I think we won't be able to discuss here for now, that heterosexuality is considered the norm and homosexuality is usually frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion that comes later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to this discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob married two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a pelegish Hebrew or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. Recall that the Bible, again, earlier in the Jewish tradition, we have definitions that are explained. A concubine is simply being dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage. If the marriage is dissolved, then she has a right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just a second as I'm going to divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in the missionary commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, we're rushing, that would adjust that slightly, saying that Moses, who we saw earlier, some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status. After giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge part of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal. Until 1983, when the Reform movement was introducing the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video of the last century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important. Whether or not the of legitimacy in modern terms, like whether or not someone is illegitimate or inappropriate or bastard. It has a distinct meaning in the biblical sense. There is something called a masculine, again, more fleshed out when we get to the mission. But the offspring of non-sanctioned relationships is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. The only sanctions are applied, very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves married women and someone other than their husband, or a brother and sister, or a father and daughter, and so on. But relationships which could conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute, relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, this is one of the exciting teacher Rabbi Milevsky, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions on anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when you look at the biblical line of the Messiah, it runs through some very sketchy relationships when you look at them on the surface, such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter-in-law Tamar, shown here in extremely, challenging passage of Genesis that usually skips over in grade school because it is really intimacy, or Boaz and Ruth, or Ruth's status, and then furthermore, David and Bathsheba. All of these relationships all evoke certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless, this is considered the line from which the Messiah will be born, Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions on anyone's background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue in the final discussion on daily life, because those who will look at ritual life very briefly. Hello, let us conclude our third involved in history and imitating individually good human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiations that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things in that relationship. It's called a personal feeling in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an integration very strong within those Look, finally, at the life cycle, just one quick note here. As we mentioned in a couple lectures ago, really important element of the life cycle is generation. This very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebration for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more, you could say, life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth, the circumcision, of course, on the eighth day, which is portrayed here in the third century Isaiah, the opposite of Alma Theotokos, which is a Mesopotamian booklet. We'll get to that in a moment. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah, which formally recognizes a child, a male child, as achieving adulthood, the age of majority. Women also have that age majority of being adult at age 13. And it happens automatically, regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue. A lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple itself, and how it was inserted, but really relatively quickly, or fully in the context of the oral Torah. So now, looking at the biblical period, I want to leave it at this point, and thank you very much for listening. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points that really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes, the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian doctrine. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyway, I wasn't either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make this really quick. So in this amazing monolith, the first monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, who was very important to Israel, there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, the alliance was led by the Hattis and the seacoast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Ahab, the Israelite. Right? Remember Ahab, Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel. part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the book Obelisk. It could have been Achav. It could have been his son Jehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart. Could have been Ben-Hadad or Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating most part of Israel. Or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps King Babal. All of these are possibilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Good to be with you as always, and I'm happy that you are here with me. I hope I have your trust because I see trust being moved from lots of people, and for good reason. Because we are going to now, I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know, and I'm going to say the things that I do not know. And I'm also not going to attest to the veracity of the information, how true or false the information is. I'm going to tell you what I was told. Okay? It's not a defense of Trump. It's not a defense of the administration. In fact, I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. I believe that. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have. Pam Bondi needs to be fired. I told them that. They know that. The people I spoke to, person, people. They know that. I went to Washington, we had a dinner, it was a school dinner. What day did it, when did I go? Wednesday.
Ultimately,
I went
Iran
Wednesday.
would get into trouble with Syria.
Here's the rub.
Jeffrey
Epstein is an innocent man.
I'm
kidding, that's not the rub. That's not the rub. Yes, it's blackmail operation. Yes, it was. Yes, this guy's got connections to intelligence. Everybody knows that. Yes, the intelligence is side of CIA, most likely. We all know that. Yes, he was running some type of blackmail operation, procuring young girls from powerful people. A lot of this was on tape somewhere. When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of evidence, what has been told to me is that that is porn Epstein downloaded from the internet. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions, and the person who told me that said, listen, I'm not saying those tapes don't exist. I'm saying that the person who has those tapes is either a foreign intelligence service, Ireland, to guess, or a billionaire or billionaires, or they have been destroyed. You know, there isn't a tape of Bill Clinton fucking a 12-year-old that Pam Bondi has on her desk. She has commercial pornography downloaded from the internet. The tapes that show incriminating things are with who's ever blackmailing these people. Again, this is what was told to me. And that, which, again, from the outside, I can see whoever's running this operation not being dumb enough to let tapes
But to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of local relationships and alliances and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans. questions about their origins, but Utah is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Tutzians, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. Um, we're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video, the Hebrew and lost tribes. Thank you very much for watching. Let's just start with what we know from the books, the text, and from the Syrian documentation of that. So it seems there are three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh in the Hebrew scriptures as King Cruel, and this is in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when you add them up, something like 13,260 Jews were taken from the northern part of surrounding Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for it, most of you do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears also that the Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled in, especially in charioteering, and it could be that just supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 to 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of the classics. And then finally, you have King Sennacherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that in 2 lectures from now. Anyway, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from and also from Mustafas that are discovered in several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them at the very least in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal because after all Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea in what the Rothschild'S, the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. If you want a verse here from the book of Ezekiel, I will take the children of Israel. Notably, the name Israel is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well. From among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, that is perhaps most famously by Theodore Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, if you will it, it is no dream. Meaning, if you want to all come back to Israel and see they stayed there, of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains and with the flag and flames to the stars. They would gather in all of the oppressed, hungry masses to the rendezvous. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the Cross tribes. What did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the first century before the Common Era and the first century in the Common Era. Josephus, Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile. In their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identity in the land of Arkansas. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 tribes are still there in waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the time, is that you really have multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says 10 tribes back. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units, which we want permission. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, the study of Jerusalem, the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river, Sambatyon. This is apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week, and then all these rolling winds that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Sambatyon would suddenly rest. But because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of thing. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that developed over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are in the days to come. So, for one example, just one of many, really, you have them in Japan, England, and Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de who was Portuguese and who had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition. And like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safe haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he had come across tribes that had relocated followed by some additionals to the former conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. In the next video, we'll look at the origins of the Samaritans in history. Thanks again for this. Let us just look at one more aspect of 18th century Israel before we move on to discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, some places with just a footnote, other places with the tune book, is the Samaritan method, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the Israel. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times. And there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus, the Hebrews, the name of that Mount Shem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible as in the name of where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end. There's the discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nation, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in previous videos. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This was a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and instill their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite, the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and to the break of the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, that's the city of Babylonia, is the Hebrew Empire, and the city called Kuta, which was significant because the Samaritans originally called Kuta, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Ark Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har Habib and from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, they just kept moving along with their original Torah, and so they don't hold with any of this nuance importation theory. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing the old time religion, and the rest of the population of Israel after the last four elections, we saw what is the goal? How does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion outside? But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, so the right Torah. You can see even from the Rothschild'S holding of the Torah, there are certain similarities that harmony. That harmony was not always achieved. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans information is actually recorded not only in the Bible and the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians. A number of prisms, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, have specifically mentioned the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel, that was completely devastated by Sanherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show what the scene looked like what it must have been like to be conquered by Sanherib. Judah prepares for the onslaught of the king Tishbiyahu Hezekiah by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of the sea, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Tishbiyahu creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was founded in the 19th century in Samaria, that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in the terrible sieges that would have come. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sanherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sanherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some civilian rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the years 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu, and Ezekiel, who is shown here in this remarkable healing painting by Kepler that shows a famous scene at the very beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel warns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of an interesting dynamic that happens among the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to the kings and appear to be somehow associated with historical kings that put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusions to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous of them. Also note in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, in other words, highly unlikely to have a book in this form, more likely to be a scroll, but also unlikely is that the author attempted to perhaps grab linear Hebrew characters, what the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have in this period. It's actually gibberish. They were not letters at all. Other artists, such as Rabbi shown here, portrayed Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has unique anatomical Christological resonance and some carefully placed white drops with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the actually in the 7th century, was Arab, the very 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the text we have in the later Persian period of by the students and the schools of these prophets as they strove to solidify their teaching of the predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life prior to that, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality, decency, conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful reading today in the contemporary era, and a phenomenally relative to Jewish stuff. One of the persons who was most deeply affected perhaps is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah or in Hebrew Rothschild'S. A fascinating backstory. He executed as a child, he became king at a very young age, and a very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, what Moses was doing until now. Others say it's just the 5th book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts or the 12 commandments of the earlier 4 books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear what does the book say. And the book is open, going to teach us to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Torah, which describes how the Jews would be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they had strayed from the teachings of the Torah, prepares his court in mourning, like this is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the Kings and most of the Chronicles, there's sort of like an epitaph for every king. This is a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Josiah was still one of the good ones, bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah did not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a very standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews. And I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists who basically take the Bible exactly at its words for specific historical events, and that the Bible ascribes to historicity, meaning ascribes to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin, kind of the betrayed in the idea that exactly. You have the comes down to you, which is 50 years later. You have the house of David existed, they know exactly what that. So many historians have opted to consider everything before the memorizing in the ninth century was simply fiction. And frankly, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematical conservative position. It is an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally, archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that this is actually happening. It's real. And every single discovery makes this important. Have a look at this one. It's fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem. So, a former parking lot in Jerusalem. And as you imagine, in the Holy City, there is tremendous archaeological work going on. And this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig has been discovered an amazing thing. This Torah, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that is used clay, says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, you see that King Yoshiahu had a servant whose name, once in the Bible, his name is Natan Melech. Exactly the right name, exactly the right place, helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. Love it when it comes to historians. At any rate, the story will not end well in this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Syria and they are going to invade Israel as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the time of Noah, and then we have the next great exile, which is this time primarily from Judah to Babylon to end up destroying the country. Thank you very much for watching. The Babylonian exile would be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the time is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And then he sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch and everyone. It's very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland. we saw earlier with some Arabs exiles is that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen or potentially military personnel who were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new population on their coast. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. Usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche it is huge. It is there's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, the 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews even to this day, with a limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we were discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple was referred to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we discussed in a couple of videos. But anyway, the one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Ahikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who are more fragmented in rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in a nearby mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Ahikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews who were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 to 539 before the Common Era, although as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region. And according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding areas. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning we're going to begin describing an extremely important period in history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still really trying to encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. This stands for monotheism, stands for murderous prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tested, so much powerful information in Athens. So this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical violence, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, which is Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it takes a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness, and in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name. The consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Allah Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem. Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like mass of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. That's a good term, by the way. Semites, for example, Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teaching. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems really common. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle philosophy, the philosophy. That says that Rabbi Yonah, very important medical thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine aspiration is associated with profit. So there's no question. There's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading tractate Tanakh in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about the meaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on it. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men's room. It's also called antandua, a men's room, literally, because there's typically men who would eat here, women who eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And their model as free people eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. The tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentation, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. Theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well, and Jews would frequently the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, the Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is always described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case here is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law. But the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This is what was going to become a culture struggle. But in the first 150 years of the Greek delicious. It's aromatic, it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition. So, but it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it's so hot. So you put an ice cube in it, you put a little bit of water in it, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious, but the truth is, it's still too hot. You really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, I don't know exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chicken water. And this is precisely the problem around this era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identity, their own values. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditionalist elements of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough of the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the incredibly powerful and active culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for that. Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, the Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continued particularly through the line of Mariam, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod, but the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which resulted in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee, and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant expansion to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend. And the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion. And as a result, Judaism was essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomzion Amalka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact. However, on the promotion of the rabbis and sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin, which is actually in my possession. This is a kuta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they ruled with the consent of the commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomzion Amalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomzion Amalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. to institute a new reign, which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomzion Amalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult and so on. So Shlomzion Amalka in many ways actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomzion Hamalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happens. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the lands of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise, tremendous expansion, and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and certainly social history of the era of the Rothschild'S. And I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the year 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now. And I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in the next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration as a provocateur, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on science. Now, a lot to say here, there's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that in Shia Cohen's wonderful work from the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question there: what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal, aspirational set of beliefs and particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not it is connected to this aspirational ideal? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian, and we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people, and on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Haggadah, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset, in modern Israeli pronunciation, is of course the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution. Had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. And the Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region. But it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the time of the period problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Haggadah was apparently high-level rabbis, we should see exactly what their title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in them. Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in this body, this deliberative body, that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? And but for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In the sense, you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. In Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rabbi, the pronunciation, which means my greatness. imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that would allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have text from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view, not as ideal as the contemporary period text. By the time we get to that year zero, there was no year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written outside of the written perspective, but also give us some great ideas to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. There's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. I apparently look nothing like this. What an amazing kind of inspirational image this has to be. The reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time there was a big shift in the center of authority. Who do you go to for religious instruction, religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main focus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, even in the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. What we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, in Spas, or if you lived in Alexandria, or if you get religious instruction in this early second temple period. There seems to be a shifting to away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to seek towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the text that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but it can flourish. And at this point, we should try to understand what do we mean by enough? What do we mean by revival? To use a Greek term. There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. The Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of rules as to how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. But what we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Judaism. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic later. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at two of their major observations, which was the reporting of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next two lectures. One of the most fascinating aspects of holy rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as the Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So, the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which have been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become reported by a class, historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And you see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek literature, were also handed down as oral traditions before they were commonly recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is fascinating and often quite instructive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading into multiple valences, even contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, Midrash also comes from Sinai, and it is an oral tradition that goes all the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries or in Hebrew tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and prayers are led while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where did this come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? Frontlets upon your eyes. What does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. We'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. Correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha of Siklei, which is written on the book of Kebar or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge and free and wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read it to you. Rabbi Omer, Al Yadasai, with Koba Shalia. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that mean? Well, because that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps in the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand, on the Lomar, and it would be for you as a sign upon the hand, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? You put it on the back of your hand, you put it on your forearm, where does it go? Well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, heart, and so on. It's interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking, not written like a series of rules. It's written on a give and take. We'll see about that in the mission. These words shall be on your heart. Davar shekanega lipa. Be'ezeh, Jehovah Shabbat. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart in the hand? That would clearly be your bicep. Right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one words each in Hebrew for the and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar Achas. That's another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yadva Desmo. When it says on your hand, it's your left hand. Why? You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. He says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. Look at the judge Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here because there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this. The Midrash will explore, and of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instructions on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Haggadah Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Haggadah, on the other hand, which is related to a Haggadah, like so the Siddur, plus telling, refers to how you might want to think, refers to lessons of your life, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us, but doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit means the Genesis, and it begins with the amazing Samaria website. And the phrase says, etc. Take your son and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the center text, it doesn't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. So what do you do on this? Study Midrash if you haven't studied the Torah process? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, b'vakasha mincha kachna estincha. So God says to him, please, take your son. Amalei, train him in his ways. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash circulating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How do you approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? That's the level. But God, and note by the way, if you're sensitive to the language, that this was written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates since it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer, further back in history, it was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic, or they spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, whose son? Which son are you? Right? Don't forget Abraham has Ishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. On the road, so God says to him, as if he was your only son. And remember that the text in the Bible says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't even know, on the road, who said Yahweh? God, I don't understand. This one, Ishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Ishmael is the only son of Hagar, Isaac is the only son of Sarah, which one do you mean? Amaro, Asher, God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right? So, listen to what Abram said to him. He says, are there limits to emotion? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love most? And of course, there are limits to this. I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, hello, conversation, the conclusion of the Midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished. Meaning, it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this Midrash as well. That's one of the amazing things about the Midrash is that it's so rich and powerful meaning that you think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the Midrash. Also, very pleased that the Midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the Midrash is trying to say requires you to be responsible. Perhaps this is another word understanding the word Midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, Midrash is absolutely fascinating, beautiful as well. Okay, let us go on to the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. As you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. It's a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. And one of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Hanasi, who is in charge with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora of Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things that are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized at the time, of taking all this body of information, which he called the Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we're going to capture it in specific words and connotations. They're going to be reapplied, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judea and Athens. So the Jews are very, very difficult in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi did, and we'll speak more about this when we get to the second century in our discussion, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He actually engage in the debate and see how that debate eventually ends. But you will not be given after that to you because you intentionally retain this open-ended dialogue necessary dialogue. Absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So the passage from the Mishnah in Peah, that tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the filthiness. The word Peah means the Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits, that is the sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. On the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven, as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibbud Abahem, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like that ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it is in the next world. Particularly Chassadim and kindness to others, Ahava Shalom Ben Adavim Lo, bringing about peace between people, the Talmud Torah connected to learning Torah. Well, that's not bad. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of if you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, Ein pochasin lapea mishishin. You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of prayer. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to pay. Now, in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah says, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1/60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look at the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question. And the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to the conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym LAN-NATAN, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym LAN, or time, are C's, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah, we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. The third section, which is the largest section, is women fashion. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the doctrine is. It's primarily written by men for men, and so it is about women. And so this section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement, because all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here. But damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So eventually an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as the bathing and the ritual devotions and so on. So those are the areas that of concern to the Mishnah divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas. And that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document of the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. But we look at Rabbi's achievement, if we take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition in terms of Torah into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. He retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own, and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Matthew intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Matthew did was he cemented the need for some centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A while ago, through the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking out the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge role in preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3-week lecture look at intellectual history and the lives of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period. Thank you very much for watching. At this time, we shall have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew Philippus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 until the year 4 before the Common Era, took place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the relationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. Although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common persons were occupation, Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a new siege, gains access to the city and massacres some 20,000 inhabitants during the weekends of this. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate. What he finds there, and he's rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies that the Jews really do worship invisible God. There's a powerful painting by Jean Coupe, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land that is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into four distinct regions. So Judea actually has four pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does not access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Judea. To the east, you have Arabia. This would be on the east bank of the river. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is Galilee. These are the four regions that we have assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater, who you can name, you'll recall him, and he was involved in the affairs earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater would have. Antipater in turn names his two sons to leadership positions. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control over Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus, with his name as king, and they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the 37, and of course there is a massacre of the local population. And so from that year, 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the conquest. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways, Hitler's like Mr. Stalin, who was so described. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a simple despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also gave taxes when he was in drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign. But the main positive element of his long rule of Israel was his role as a king in most of the three specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. He knew that Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought that magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population. And also, this did work, developed the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide. Many people were very curious to see what is this great temple of the Jews worship. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was a Judean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Judeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis, that's a Greek word for a self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea not only did have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman always. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the Rothschild'S of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. And you see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote, craggy, his summer palace. Maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not really sure. But built with tremendous engineering, ingenuity, and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I climbed with many young Jews to the top of Masada, part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sunrise over the mountains of Moab and Jordan was an absolutely amazing experience. I can only imagine what it would be like to have this house located in one of the several palaces. Right, that gives you a sense of, his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Asmonaean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty, and his father and uncle were miserably for the who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taints of his association with the Idumeans, and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find a balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagles and the temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So, but he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really did believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of Christians. We'll get back to that a little later when we talk about the faith of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these Eastern kings, for various purposes to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of whom, certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, as was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees. And through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, including his wives, feeling that they were sleeping, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately passed away when he was 4 before the common era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let's continue the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of the realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I'm reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, "Tout ça change, tout c'est la même chose," which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era is absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at 3 groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community. Most likely as the pollution, which means those who separate. Interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, "Yeah, that's us." One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called ultra-Alphabet, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be a insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, "Yeah, that's us, the Orthodox." Who are the Perusian? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis for Perusian, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, who we discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population. And they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Kameh Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's what it's called, right? Ignoramai, being unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a distinction that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a holy, which results in membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the Desderatum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, be very strict about taking the tithe from one's daughters. Be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a Beit Din court. The three rabbis didn't say, I'm going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above the educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perusian, or separated, because they held themselves apart. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing during today and in the following lecture. I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate. That this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, it's a fairly small number. We don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers that we're told. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus' reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which were a fairly radical group that we'll talk about in our next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were, how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group were the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzdukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. There was a very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons. But also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic doctrines, like they call it. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perusian, a hard time, and the Perusian have hard answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis had. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the first century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss let's definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, groups under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of these zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after the short daggers that they would carry under their throats and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. Very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This would escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little bit. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. And in the next video, let's talk about the mysterious caves and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching. In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era. And they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly do they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite, and as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947. Documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide them. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity, right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. And so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in them. Typically, not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts which after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and eat twice a day with higher status people who eat first. And, really fascinating kind of things to tell us, to talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees were in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived in his description of them. And there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups, and again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly, their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, when they were separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of it. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Others, one of the most famous ones, is written actually on copper. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew Scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary, partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people did and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures. It's generally believed that the Lord's decision was made in the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating thing about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine to Judea properly and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical